โอเคนะครับมาสวัสดีคุณผู้ชมทุกท่านนะครับผมก็วันนี้มาเร็วมาก เนื่องจากว่าเคลียร์ทุกอย่างมาเพื่อมาเล่นเมืองน้ำกันเลยนะครับก็บางคนสงสัยว่าทำไมวันนี้ผมเปิดมาอยู่ในหน้านี้ใช่ไหมเพราะว่าผมกลัวว่าถ้าเข้าไปแล้วเดี๋ยวไพมอนจะพูดอะไรแล้วมันเปิดไลฟ์ไม่ทันอีกนะครับก็เลยอย่างนี้เลยแล้วกันเนาะอืมนี่อาจจะค้างแป๊บหนึ่งครับมันไม่รู้เป็นไรผมเปิดเกมทุกครั้งเลยมันจะแบบชอบค้างเดี๋ยวเราก็ขอพูดอะไรไปหน่อยแล้วกันครับวันนี้ก็อัปเดตแผ่นใหม่เนาะเมืองน้ำเข้านะครับเมืองฟอนเทนของเรานะครับก็วันนี้ผมกะว่าจะมาเล่นเนื้อเรื่องนะเนื้อเรื่องมันเขาปล่อยมา2 พาร์ทมั้งนะครับเดี๋ยวเราลองไปเล่นดูว่าจะเป็นยังไงแล้วก็คือจริงๆวันนี้ผมมีเวลาถึงแค่ประมาณ5 ชั่วโมงนะครับก็อยากจะเล่นให้มันจบทั้ง2เนื้อเรื่องเนาะแต่ไม่รู้ว่านานขนาดไหนนะครับถ้าเนื้อเรื่องสัก2 ชั่วโมงเนี่ยกำลังดีนะรวม4 ชั่วโมงก็โอเคนะครับแล้วก็ส่วนเควสโลกนะครับผมคิดว่าน่าจะมีเควสโลกแบบเรียกว่าไงเหมือนอินาซุมะกับซูเมรุที่เป็นแบบเควสโลกยาวๆอันหนึ่งที่ต้องทำเพื่อให้ได้อะไรนะเอ่อให้ได้ไอเทมไปปลดไปสามารถหาของต่างๆอะไรพวกนี้ได้นะครับก็อันนั้นเอาไว้ที่หลังแล้วกันนะแล้วก็สำรวจก็หลังสุดเลยนะครับไม่รู้ว่าจะมาไลฟ์ด้วยหรือเปล่าเนาะแต่ว่าแผนก็จะเป็นประมาณนี้นะครับส่วนอีเวนต์อะไรก็เดี๋ยวเรื่อยๆครับเพราะว่าอาทิตย์แรกผมว่าเขายังไม่เอาอีเวนต์เข้าอยู่แล้วเขาน่าจะให้คนเล่นเนื้อเรื่องยาวๆไปก่อนเนาะโอเคเดี๋ยวนะโอ้เนี่ยนานจัดเลย ดูดิค่อยๆโหลดทีละนิดทีละนิดมันไม่ได้เป็นที่เน็ตด้วยนะมันเป็นที่อะไรไม่รู้โอเคมาละมา ก็ดูซิไพมอนพูดอะไรเปล่าไม่มีนะไม่มีเดี๋ยวก่อนนะครับก็ก่อนที่เราจะไปเริ่มเนื้อเรื่องราวอะไรของเรานะครับก็ขออนุญาตนะฮะทำคอนเดนเซนเก็บไว้ก่อนนะครับแล้วก็เก็บไว้จะมาแบบกิจวัตรประจำวันเนาะมานั่งเก็บตรงเนี้ยเก็บตกแต่จริงๆผมส่งคนลงไปเอาของตรงเนี้ยนะคือแบบผมไม่ได้อยากได้อะไรอีกแล้วนะ ดูดิแต่ละชิ้นแบบ3,000เนี่ยแรกก็แบบดูดิ7,0003,000ดูอาหารก็คือแบบโคตรเยอะไม่รู้จะเอาอะไรก็ส่งไปให้มันแบบได้เควสแบทเทิลพาสแค่นั้นเองนะพูดถึงแบทเทิลพาสเนี่ยนะครับมีอาวุธใหม่ด้วยนะเดี๋ยวเรามาดูกันว่าจะมีอะไรนะเวนตี้จะมีบทใหม่หรือเปล่าลองดู
Once there was a glorious kingdom established among the heavens. From that kingdom came a crowned heir, tasked with seeking out the Genesis Pearl from the kingdom of darkness.
คือไม่มีพาร์ทอื่นใช่ไหม
crowned heir began her journey of seeking the pearl.
เหมือนเดิมครับเรามองภาพนี้ซ้ำๆมา3 ปีแล้วนะ
She now believed that she was the queen of the kingdom of darkness.
จริงเขาบอกมันคือเนื้อเรื่องตัวละครหลักเราเนี่ยแหละครับ
already taken up the path where the first had stumbled. This is the story of your journey, of your tale to be told.
เนี่ยใช้คำว่ายัวเลยด้วยนะครับก็ไม่มีอะไรนะเพิ่มอาวุธขึ้นมาเฉยๆเนาะนึกว่าจะมีคัตซีนใหม่หน่อยแต่ว่ามันก็พูดยากเนาะโอเคนะครับมีอาวุธมานะครับก็5 ชิ้นนะครับอย่างละ1 ชิ้นเนาะซึ่งผมก็ไม่แน่ใจว่าจะเอาไปทำอะไรแต่ว่าก็คงจะเอาให้ครบทุกชิ้นแล้วขาด5หมดเพราะว่าคราวที่แล้วเนี่ยนะครับข้างล่างเราก็ได้ครบทุกชิ้นแล้วก็ขาด5หมดใช่ไหมซึ่งมันใช้เวลาประมาณ3 ปีพูดถึงนานนะแต่แบบเรียกว่าไงเดี๋ยวตอนเราเอาเราอะไรนะเราค่อยๆกลายมาเรื่อยๆมันก็แบบบางทีมันก็เบื่อมันก็ของเดิมแล้วเนี่ยอะไรเงี้ยเนาะนะครับผมไม่เติมนะเดี๋ยวเติมทีเดียวนะครับแล้วก็กาชาใหม่นะครับไม่เปิดแต่ว่าให้ดูนะครับก็คือนักวยากลของเรานะครับชื่ออ่านว่าอะไรผมไม่แน่ใจเดี๋ยวเราลองไปดูในเกมว่าเขาอ่านว่าอะไรแต่น่าจะอ่านว่าลินเน่มะลินนี่ไม่รู้นะครับก็มาพร้อมกับยี่หร่านนะครับก็เป็นธนู2 ตัวเนาะเพราะฉะนั้นอาวุธที่เลือกก็เป็นธนูทั้งคู่นะไปเลือกได้ผมก็กดไปงั้นแหละนะเพราะว่าไม่ได้เปิดทั้งคู่อยู่แล้วนะครับแล้วก็อันนี้เป็นกิจกรรมนะครับเชิญตัวละครแล้วก็มีตัวเควสตำนานนะครับมีเควสตำนานด้วยเยอะว่ะ ต้องรีบเคลียร์ให้เสร็จในเดือนนี้นะไม่งั้นเดี๋ยวเดือนหน้าผมคิวยาวแน่นอนนะอันนี้บอสใหม่นะครับ2ตัวเนาะเป็นบอสปูที่เราเห็นมาใน PV แล้วก็ตัวบอสเต้นรำเนี่ยนะครับที่เป็นจักรกลเนี่ยนะครับ2ตัวเนาะมาด้วยกันใช่ไหม Spirit Beast นะครับดีวันนี้พอดีเลยด้วยนะครับดีนะผมรีบเล่นไปแต่ก็เหมือนเดิมไม่ได้เล่นห้องสุดท้ายไม่ได้เล่นชั้นสุดท้ายนะพื้นที่ใหม่เดี๋ยวว่ากันนะครับเพราะผมอยากลองนี้ก่อนนะคืออะไรอ๋อกดได้เลยเหรออ๋อรับได้เลยครับเขาแจกไงตอนแรกผมนึกว่าต้องไปทำอะไรสักนิดหน่อยก่อนเนาะแต่ว่าเขาแจกเลยโอเคก็ถ้าลองดูนะ ก็เป็นตัวละครใหม่นะครับเพราะมันใช้ของใหม่อันนี้เป็นของที่ไปเก็บมาจากในฟอนเทนนะครับแล้วก็อันนี้ของมอนตัวใหม่เนาะก็ว่ากันนะ เนี่ยแค่เปิดสตรีมมาแค่นี้ก็เสียงก็หมดแล้วเดี๋ยวนะขอเช็คอะไรนิดนึงนะครับดันเจียนคู่มือนี่นะครับเควสเทพเจ้าบทที่4ฉากที่1นะวันนี้มี2ฉากเดี๋ยวเรามาดูกันแล้วก็นะครับปิดปรับปรุงเซิร์ฟเนาะแจกมา600เพชรนะครับแล้วก็เดี๋ยวผมแป๊บนึงนะมีโค้ดนะครับมีโค้ดเพิ่งเข้ามาใหม่2ตัวนะหรือ1ตัวนะผมไม่แน่ใจครับลองใส่ดูอันนี้ได้แน่นอนอุ้ยเดี๋ยวผมแปะไว้ให้ในนี้แล้วกันปึ๊บโอเค60เพชรมั้งเดี๋ยวผิดคือผมเตรียมพร้อมสำหรับวันนี้มาก เปลี่ยนภาษาเปลี่ยนอะไรมาเรียบร้อยนะครับก็จะได้ไม่มีปัญหานะแล้วก็อีกโค้ดหนึ่งนี่ผมไม่แน่ใจว่ามันโค้ดซ้ำหรือเปล่าเขาบอกว่ามันได้เหมือนกันนะเดี๋ยวลองดูนะ2โค้ดนี้เนาะใช้ได้ครับได้วะไม่แต่บางทีได้แล้วมันได้ของซ้ำหรือเปล่าแบบโอ้ไม่ซ้ำนะ120เพชรครับก็เกือบ1โลนะไปก็ดีกว่าไม่มีนะครับอันนี้อะไรอ๋อแค่ไฮไลท์ตัวใหม่ขึ้นมาเฉยผมคงยังไม่เดี๋ยวนะผมยังไม่ทำเควสรายวันแล้วนะครับคอมมิชชั่นรายวันยังไม่ทำเนาะไปดูนี่เลยครับไหนดูซิเราโอเคมาทำอะไรที่นี่จำไม่ได้แล้วปีหนึ่งแล้ว
remembers, Nahita's consciousness had been trapped by the doctor, but we followed the clues she left behind to help her.
น่าจะเป็นสักตอนหนึ่งที่เราเดินลงมา
Time has already passed since then.
ใช่ปีหนึ่งแล้วเร็วมาก
Sumeru's changing for the better now that Nahita's in charge, right? Paimon just hopes this peace will last a long time.
จำได้มันมีแบบเรื่องอะไรวะ
Won't have any more
ที่
new
มัน
problems
ออก
to
ดาร์
deal
กอยู่นิ
with.
ดนึงเนาะตอนที่เรามาที่เนี่ยไม่เหมือนอินาซุมะนะครับพูดยาก
Yeah, guess you're
hard to
right.
say
We somehow always find ourselves right in the thick of it. Who knows what will happen next? Come to think of it, maybe it's all because of you. Maybe you're just a magnet for
Ow.
trouble.
อะไรมาว่ากล่าวหาใช่ไหมกล่าวหาอย่างงี้ไม่ใช่แล้วน่าจะไพมอนมากกว่า
Me? Before Paimon ran into you, Paimon never ran into any trouble. At most, when she was super tired, Paimon got caught in some strange whirlpool and sucked out into sea. And even then, you fished Paimon out. Anyway,
ไพมอนเป็นปลา
for Nahita's sake, maybe we should think about heading to our next destination for now.
ใช่ไปเถอะ
Look who it
Whoa.
is. Running into you in a place like this.
สวัส
I
ดีค
can
รับ
see you two
ไม่ได้เจอ
still
กันนานเลยนะเนี่ย
wandering around.
Oh, it's Dia! Since when are we just wandering around? We're usually taking care of some serious business. Even though it may have nothing to do with our journey. But never mind that. What brings you here?
นั่นสิคนอื่นจะมาไหมไม่น่าเนาะ
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting. Just escorting a shipment of goods. I'm on my way to report back. That's when I saw you two all the way over there, chatting away. What were you two talking about anyway?
ก็กำลังจะไปเมืองใหม่ครับเอ้ย
Huh? You serious? Can't say I saw that coming. But you are travelers after all. I guess you'd
ทำไมเขา
never
ดูตก
stay
ใจ
for
จัง
too
อะ
long in one place. Bumping into you like this will become a rarity.
แล้วเมื่อกี้มันหันมาเหล่เราทำไม
I'm
วะ
starting
ไอ้
to
หมอ
feel
เนี่ย
sad just thinking about it.
เอา
Hey,
เดี๋ยวก็เจอกันใหม่
how about I gather a few mercs to escort you to?
โอ้ไม่ต้อง
What
หร
do
อก
you
ครับ
say?
Thanks, but no
เอ
need.
อ
Oh,
เราเดินไปเองได้เนาะ
you'd miss us so much. But don't worry, we'll come back to see everyone when we get a chance.
นั่นดิทุกๆปีเราก็กลับไปทุกเมืองครับ
All you need to do
แล้ว
to
มันจะ
get to
บ่อยขึ้น
Fontaine
เรื่อยๆ
is
เพราะว่า
cross
เมือง
this
มันเยอะ
stretch
ขึ้น
of
เรื่อยๆ
desert
นี่แหละ
and navigate some waterways. Knowing you two, I'm sure it won't be anything you can't handle. So, when are you leaving?
ก็อีกสักพักนึงอะครับ
Oh, wait a sec.
ไม่กี่นาทีนั่นแหละ
Remember, there are still a few dishes in Sumeru that Paimon hasn't tried yet. Now, where's that list Paimon made?
อะไรของเขาอะก็เดินไป
I see.
ไปแล้ว
Guess you won't be needing a going away party or anything. It's sad enough to see you go like this. Though, now that I think about it,
ทำไมเขาต้องดึงดราม่าด้วย
Sumeru wouldn't be what it is today without you. Seems true heroes always prefer leaving quietly.
By the way, should we go say bye to Nahida?
ไม่ต้องบอกก็รู้นะใช่ไหมนิฮิด้าเนี่ย
Oh, good point. Then there's no need to bother her in the real world.
Then, I guess this is goodbye for now,
ขนาด
traveling
ตอนนั้นอยู่
Paimon.
โกลเด้นแอปเปิลยังรู้
Whether
เล
as
ย
a client or a friend, you're always welcome to come find me.
อันไว้เจอกันนะครับ จริงๆก็ อยู่ในตี้นะแต่ไม่ใช่ตี้ตอนนี้
Bye, Sumeru.
ลาก่อน มีคนมาส่งหนึ่งคนเพราะบังเอิญมาเจอ เราไม่อยากให้ใครมาเจอละ ไอ้คิดถึงความเป็นจริงนี่คือแบบ เดินทางไปเมืองอื่นก็ใช้เวลานานเนาะกว่าจะกลับมากว่าจะอะไรเนี่ยนะครับดูความห่างระหว่างฟอนเทนกับตัวอินาซุมะสิว้าวจากทะเลทรายที่แห้งแล้งถัดออกไปก็เป็นน้ำ น้ำตกที่แบบเขาบอกเท่าไหร่นะ30 เมตรปะตึก10 ชั้นเหรอเอาเรื่องชมวิวกันหน่อยครับแชะคือจริงๆมันก็สวยนะยกเว้นพื้นที่มันเป็นทรายนั่นแหละแต่ทำไมช่วงที่เป็นโอ้ดูสิครับคือตรงนี้มันทรายใช่ไหมแล้วออกไปปุ๊บก็คือเป็นน้ำเลยมันดูเป็นภูมิภาคที่แปลกๆอยู่นะส่วนของขวานั้นก็คืออะไรวะคือพื้นที่ที่ยังไม่เปิดนะตรงนี้แต่ว่าถ้าเราไปเนี่ยมันก็ถึงตรงนี้เลยใช่ไหมจะว่าไปการเดินทางของเรานี่ก็เยอะเหมือนกันนะอันนี้สามารถไปดูชั้นบนชั้นล่างได้ครับก็คือดีมากนะอันนี้เป็นอะไรที่สุดยอดมากคือดูดิคือแบบเราเริ่มที่นี่ใช่ไหมแพทแรกสุดเราเริ่มที่นี่ปุ๊บเราก็ต่อมาตรงนี้ใช่ไหมครับแพทเดียวกันเลย ตอนนั้นแบบว่าโอ้โหเกมเปิดใหม่นี่คือแบบสำรวจการกระจายใช่ไหมแล้วก็ต่อมาก็อินาซุมะที่แบบเป็นเกาะแยกกันอยู่นะครับแล้วก็ซูเมรุที่ใหญ่มากนะใหญ่เท่ากับ2 เมืองแรกรวมกันนะเนี่ยใช่ไหมรวมตรงนี้เพิ่มไปอีกก็ใหญ่กว่าอีกนะครับแล้วก็สปายนี่เปิดทีหลังด้วยนะแล้วก็เมืองน้ำนะครับตอนนี้เปิดอยู่แค่นี้ซึ่งเอาจริงผมว่าโอเคแล้วล่ะ เปิดเยอะกว่านี้น่าจะลำบากทั้งคนเล่นทั้งคนอัปเดตด้วยเนี่ยปัญหาคือเราจะไปยังไงล่ะเนี่ยตรงนั้นปะขึ้นลิฟต์
Oh yes, I'll teach you all right. Mark my words.
ผมยังไม่ทำเควสในซูเมรุนะหมายถึงเควสรายวันอะคอมมิชชั่นรายวันก็รอจริงมีเรือใช่ไหมเรืออยู่ไหนเอ่ยนี่ไงรอผมเคลียร์หลายๆอย่างให้เสร็จก่อนอาจจะเป็นแพทหน้าด้วยซ้ำบางทีอะ
Time to scout.
นี่น้องเต่าเนี่ยเราทำอะไรเขาไม่ได้เลยหรออย่าทำอะไรน้องเขาเลยป่ะเสียงน้ำตกที่แบบว่าอื้ออึงมากอื้ออึงในหูไปมันก็น้ำตกจริงๆอะนะทำไมก่อนหน้านี้เรามาไม่ได้วะ ไม่มีคนพามาเฮ้ยมีนี่อะไรนะมันคืออะไรนะไฮโดรคูลัสใช่ไหมพอมันเป็นเมืองใหม่ก็จะเปลี่ยนชื่อไปอ่ะตรงนี้เหรอ เฮ้ยมันน้องชนเผ่านี่ว่าที่เราเห็นใน เห็นในพิวแพดอันนี้เราขับเข้าไปได้เลยใช่ไหมไม่ใช่ไม่ใช่ไม่ใช่โดยทางนี้ผมว่ายังไงเดี๋ยวนะขอเปลี่ยนทีมนิดนึงแล้วกันครับคือทีมนี้เนี่ยอุ้ยลืมเลยนะครับหน้าตัวละครใหม่น่าจัดตัวละครใหม่ฮะสวยมากคือยังไงผมไม่ได้นี่อยู่แล้วเนาะ
Let's go get ourselves some answers.
จริงคิราระก็โอเคนะเพราะว่าใช้ในการเคลื่อนที่ด้วยเหมือนกันโอเคขึ้นลิฟต์ครับมันจะวาร์ปเราเลยไหมโอ้ไม่ค่อยๆเลื่อนขึ้นแล้วมันสูงไม่ใช่เหรอเอนโดล่าได้กลับบ้านแล้วนะพาน้องมาเดินเล่นในฟอนเทนอยู่ตั้งนานแล้วครับโอ้เอนโดล่านี่ต้องแพทแรกๆอ่ะใช่ไหมไม่ปีแรกก็ตอนอินาซุมะผมจำไม่ค่อยได้แต่น่าจะปีแรกเลยนะเดี๋ยวว้าผมอยากใช้ซาวบอร์ดจังเลยไม่รู้ทันหรือเปล่าแต่ก็นะไอคนเรามัน มันชอบกดไงพอชอบกดปุ๊บนะก็เป็นอย่างเงี้ยนะแต่เสียงเดินมันไม่เหมือนลิฟต์ปกติเนาะไปเสียเวลาจัด นั่งดูคนขึ้นลิฟต์ลงลิฟต์สุดยอดมากเดี๋ยวนะโอ้อยู่ดีๆครับเหมือนเขารู้ฮะผมเปิด Discord ขึ้นมาเนี่ยบอกว่ามีไอเทมชิ้นหนึ่งอยู่ในเอ่อใน inventory ผมนะครับซึ่งผมจ่ายในโตไงมันเลยได้มานะครับโค้ดครับ ดูซิว่าได้อะไรโอ้โอเคอยู่นะ60เพชรมันรู้อะว่าผมเล่นอยู่แล้วแต่หรอกมันเป็นวันแรกที่เปิดฟอนเทนใช่ไหมก็จะอย่างเงี้ยเอ้ยนี่ไงอย่ากดอินเทอร์แลกนะนี่น้องน่ารักมากน้องเหมือนกระต่ายอะใช่ปะไม่รู้จะเรียกว่าอะไรอ่ะเปิดนี่กันครับ Statue of Seven นะครับเหมือนจะมี3อันเนาะซึ่งคือถ้าเทียบกันนะครับผมว่าตอนเปิดซูเมรุมามีเท่าไหร่นะ1 2 3 4 5 6ใช่ปะวะน่าจะ6มั้งเพราะว่าตอนเปิดเกมมามันเป็นแผนที่ใหญ่ตรงนี้เลยใช่ไหมแล้วมันค่อยเพิ่มตรงเซซายมาคือแบบดีแล้วครับดีแล้วเหนื่อยครับปกติไม่ใช่เหรอหายใจทางเหงือกได้อะไรเข้ามาแล้วก็เรียกอีกแล้วเนี่ยไม่ไปเรียนเหรอพายมอสลงไปดำน้ำด้วยเปิดปุ๊บว่ายน้ำได้เลยโอเคอยู่ดีเราก็เรียนรู้ศาสตร์แห่งการดำน้ำไปครับเราเนื้อเรื่องก่อนเนาะเดี๋ยวนะเนื้อเรื่องมันอยู่ตรงนู้นนี่หรอเดี๋ยวข้างล่างเหรอ แล้วเราขึ้นไปแล้ว ใช่ปะวะข้างล่างวะเนี่ยศาสตร์แห่งน้ำใช่เหรอตรงนี้เหรอเชี่ย เราขึ้นไปแล้วแต่กลับมาเดินฉากที่เราเดินลงมาตรงนี้ใหม่สุดยอดวะสุดยอดจริงนะปรบมือครับปรบมือคืองี้มัน ก็เหมือนกับที่จินตนาการไว้
Maybe it would be better if we found something to do. What do you think?
เข้าไปในเมืองเลยไปหาเทพแห่งน้ำเลย
Good idea.
เรารีบ
Hida gave us loads of useful information.
แต่ตอนในฮิด้านี่ก็
Of the seven is probably still our
ทุก
best
อย่าง
source for information at this point.
จริงๆเราเจอไปแล้วใช่ไหมเราไปค้นหาความจริงเนี่ย
The more we can learn, the better. So, what do you think the Hydro Archon's like? Will we get along?
น่าจะเป็นคนที่แบบว่า
She's a very unique
ถ้าดูจากใน PV นะน่าจะเป็นคนแบบ
whatever that means.
ขี้เบื่อ
To learn about a nation's
ขี้เบื่อ
gods,
แล้วก็ขี้รำคาญ
start
อะไร
with
เงี้ย
the
น่าจะ
nation's
ใช่
people. There seems to be some locals talking over there. Let's go see if we can join the party.
ครับไปแอบฟังเขาคุยกันนะ
If you ask me, it's a tragedy how things ended for him. Clearly, he was a pretty decent person.
อ๋อ
Yeah,
เป็นเรื่อง
I didn't expect
ไอ้
that
นี่
kind
นี่
of
หว่า
ending for
ศาล
him.
เรื่องอะไรพวกนั้นด้วย
I
ใช่ไหม
thought
ความ
he
ยุ
would
ติ
at
ธรรม
least fight on a little longer
เอ
for
อ
his
ลืมไปเลย
family. I was expecting a sudden plot twist, but it's a pity that it never happened. Still, his story is quite the
ตอน
tearjerker.
นี้เขาพูดถึงอะไรอ่ะการแสดงเหรอหรือว่าละครหรือเปล่า
Excuse me, can I help you too? I couldn't help but notice you standing here listening.
เฮ้ย
Hi. We're travelers new to Fontaine, and we had something we wanted to ask.
คุยเรื่องละคร
but
หรือเปล่า
you
หรือว่า
seemed really busy talking
หรือ
about
ไม่ใช่วะ
some kind of play, so we didn't want to interrupt.
Play? Oh, no.
นั่นไงว่า
We're
ใช่ไหม
talking about something that really
พูด
happened.
ถึงคดีจริงด้วย
In fact, it's a case that was just heard a few days ago.
Really? Like a real trial? But the way you were talking
จริง
about it and the words you used
เขาพูด
just
เหมือน
now
ในนี่
made
เลย
it
เนาะ
sound like
เหมือน
some
เป็น
kind
หนั
of
งหรือ
story.
ละครเลยสักอย่าง
Well, good tales are often based on true stories, aren't they? And what you see in reality may also be someone deliberately putting on an act while harboring ulterior motives. Whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted out on the stage is splendid enough. Oh, but it looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine Court of Justice is called the Opera Epiclese, or more commonly known as just the Opera House.
อ๋อ มันเข้ากันได้ด้วยเหรอ
But shouldn't court cases be treated a little more seriously than that? Not to question Fontaine's way of doing things. It's just that putting someone on trial is usually a very serious thing.
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could say that we just don't want to waste the moving stories behind those cases.
มันดูเหมือนเป็นคน
And
เสือก
as
เลย
for
นะ
your worries about whether the cases are
เอ
treated
อ
with due
ไม่รู้เหมือนกัน
reverence, we have the absolutely just and honorable Chief Justice Nouvillette,
นูเวลเลต
as
นะ
well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine created by the Archon. Between the machine and the Chief Justice, false charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
Oratrice? Is it some kind of machine too? Oh, Paimon's curious. We should check it out if we get the chance. Wait, Paimon almost forgot to
เอา
ask
จริง
you
ชื่อ
a
ภาษาฝ
question.
รั่งเศสนี่อ่านยากนะ
Do you know what we should do if we want to meet the Hydro Archon?
ถามแบบนี้เขาน่าจะ
Just go to the Opera House. Lady Farina practically lives there.
Oh.
You could definitely say
ง่าย
it's
ขนาด
her
นี้เลยเหรอ
biggest passion.
คือนึกสภาพนะแบบ
I
อย่าง
think
สุมา
what
ที่
they
ผ่าน
mean
มา
is
นี่
that
ก็
they
โอ้โห
wish to speak
กว่า
with
จะ
the Archon
เจอไรเดน
personally.
ได้นี่คือแบบ
In that case,
แทบจะฆ่า
I'm
แกง
afraid
กันอ
it's
ยู่แล้ว
going to be a
พอมา
tad
เป็นใน
more
ฮิด้านี่ก็คือ
difficult.
แบบโอ้มีเรื่อง
You'll have to
วุ่น
make
วาย
an
มากกว่าจะ
appointment
ได้เจอ
well in advance, and it'll depend on whether or not she has any time slots
อ๋อแต่นี้
available.
ต้องนัดล่วงหน้า
Is the Hydro Archon super busy taking
คือ
care
แบบ
of a
ถ้าจะไปแบบเจอแบบได้เห็นหน้าก็คือแบบแค่ไปที่โรงละครก็ได้ แต่ว่าถ้าอยากคุยมันต้องนัด
Lady
Okay.
Farina seldom takes an interest with the nation's affairs. The reason it's difficult to make an appointment is simply because she's incredibly popular.
That's right. After all, she is the Archon.
ชอบไป
Then she may
นัก
tend to
ข่าว
get a
ที่ตอน
little
นั้นเรา
dramatic
เจอ
from time to
อยู่ไหน
time.
วะเนี่ย
People can't get enough of her.
จำชื่อไม่ได้ลืมชาร์ลอต
First time
ใช่ไหม
Paimon's ever heard of an Archon being described that way before. Wait! Paimon gets now! The Hydro Archon is kinda like a big celebrity here, right?
หรอ
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. Perhaps you could even say our mascot.
มาสคอต
Hang on.
มันดู
This
แป
is
ลกๆ
still
ไปหน่อยนะ
Fontaine's Archon you're talking about. You should show some more respect.
Yes, you're right. I guess I should at least try to be a little more respectful in front of visitors. Otherwise, I might get arrested and find myself face to face with Monsieur Neuvillette.
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of laws here, but nobody's going to be arrested for saying something
ต่อกันครับ
disrespectful about the Hydro Archon.
Alright, I think we get it. Thank you. At least we now know that
โอ
we
เค
can
ถ้างั้นเราต้องไป
find
โร
the
ง
Hydro
อุป
Archon at the
อุ
Opera
ปรากร
House.
แล้วเรามองอะไรอะมองไปที่อะไรวะ
Who knows how long making an appointment will take? Guess we could have a look around the city in the meantime.
ยังไงก็ต้องไปนัดก่อนแหละ
What are you looking over there
มองไปทางอะไรวะมีผู้หญิงคนหนึ่งยืนอยู่คนเดียวตั้งนานแล้ว
Huh.
อ๋อ นี่ไง
Maybe something's the matter. She isn't going to jump into the water, is she?
โดดลงน้ำแล้วทำไมอะ
Better go check on her.
น้ำมันก็ตื้นแค่นี้ไม่ใช่เหรอ หรือว่าน้ำไม่เป็น ชื่อว่าอะไรนะลินเน็ตใช่ไหมเอ้ย เปิดแล้วครับ บทที่4ฉากที่1ครับผมไหนดูซิสวัสดีครับเงียบสวัสดีครับ
Hello there. Excuse me. Are you alright?
Huh? I'm fine. Thanks.
เขาแค่อยากมาดู
Okay then.
วิวทะเลใช่ไหม
I just noticed that you seem to be worried about something.
อืม
About many things, actually. But there's nothing I can do but just keep my troubles to myself. I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids. It was just atop that hill over there.
ท้องฝั่งของซูเมรุอะนะ
You're pointing at the sea. Wait, are you saying that you and your brother lived in the water?
เผาเงือก
Though people call the waters around Fontaine a sea, it's actually just an inland lake that's filled with fresh water.
อ๋อ
And
รอ
now I can
ทะเล
still
สาบ
see
ขนาด
that
ใหญ่
hill
อะนะ
clearly in my memories. Now
แต่
it's
มัน
been
ก็ดูไม่ได้ติด
completely
ทะเล
submerged,
ใช่ไหมไม่รู้เหมือนกันเพราะว่าแผนที่มันเปิดมาแค่นี้
tossing sand in the wind. The sun shone brightly, and the air was filled with the scent of the sea. But now, the water is gradually swallowing our memories.
มีห่างด้วยอะดูดิ
It won't be long before it swallows us.
What มันพูดอะไรเศร้าๆจังวะ
Paimon doesn't really get what you mean.
I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. Are you Lynette's new friends?
อ๋อ
Oh, and you are?
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our childhood, that's all. There's no need for any concern.
นี่ไงพี่ชาย
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Linny, and this is my
Linny.
sister
You're Lynette.
Lynette. If I had to guess, I'd say you must be travelers from abroad.
ใช่ครับ
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
อือฮึ
We were just talking with your sister. Even though we didn't really get what she was saying.
พูดตรงจัด
See. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with anyone. In fact, she seldom speaks at all. I'm usually the only one she ever talks to.
ไม่เคยเห็นหรือเปล่า
Then you two are just like us. Paimon's always the one talking for some reason.
เพราะเราเป็น silent protagonist ใช่ไหม ไฮมอนแย่งบทพูด ไฮมอนแย่งบทพูด
So that's how you think it is?
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
ว่าเชียวอ๋อ
Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because
เดี๋ย
that
วนะทำไม
implies a
พี่
certain amount of
พี่
uncertainty.
ไม่มีห่างแต่น้องมี
There's
ห่าง
no
นะ
doubt
น้อง
about
น้อง
what's
มีหู
happening
ด้วย
in Fontaine now.
หูแมวอะแต่พี่ไม่ใช่หรอ
Where to begin? Let's put that question on hold for a moment. We still haven't formally greeted each other yet,
อ๋อ
have we?
Did all
Em
the
tuaไปแล้วนะ
introductions earlier not count?
Hello, traveler.
ครับ สวัสดีครับ สวัสดียินดีที่ได้พบครับ
And hello, Paimon.
Hey! Why didn't Paimon get a handshake? You're not poking fun at Paimon, are you?
Please don't take offense.
น่าจะ
Just
เป็น
consider it a
วัฒน
sort
ธรรม
of etiquette
ขอ
we
ง
have here in
เมืองนี้แหละ
Fontaine when making new friends. You should remember it. It might prove useful.
อ๋อครับผม
Alright then. Well, Paimon's just happy to have a local friend now.
อืม
By the way, we were just getting ready to go to the Opera House to meet the Hydro Archon. Would you be able to show us the way?
So you're going to see Lady Farina? No problem at all. In fact, I was planning to go to the Opera House later myself. I'll gladly take you once I finish things here.
โอเค
Please
ครับ
follow me.
ได้เลยมีไกด์นำละไม่ต้องไปหาอะไรนะสรุปเขาชื่ออะไรนะผมลืมไปแล้วชาร์ลอตใช่ไหมหรือเปล่าวะนั่นแหละตามไปแล้วเขาพาขึ้นลิฟต์นี่เราขึ้นไปแล้วนะ รีบนะเราอะหมายถึงผมเนี่ยแหละนะครับแย่ดูดีอุ้ยสตรีมดรอปเหรอครับ
You said you were going to see Lady Farina? Well, it seems Lady Farina has come to see you.
อ๋อว้าวแล้วมาจริงอะเนี่ย
So, she's the Hydro Archon?
ไม่น่าจะรู้นะ
How did she know we were looking for
ไม่
her?
ในฮิดาส่งจดหมายบอกอะ
My dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration. If you don't have one, then just raise your hand in lieu.
อันนี้โมเดลโลลีใช่ไหมหรือโมเดลเด็กผู้หญิงวะ
As you can all see, two unfamiliar
เอ้า
travelers
รู้
have
ว่าดี
arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in honor
ตา
of
คนละ
this
สีด้วยเนี่ย
traveler and his companion who have journeyed here from distant lands.
อืม
Is she talking about us?
ใช่แหละ
I've long heard of the turmoil and chaos you left in your wake as you visited other nations. But I welcome you nevertheless.
เดี๋ยวไม่ใช่ เราไม่ได้สร้างปัญหาโอ้โหผิดแล้วอันนี้
Fear is for insignificant cowards. I am a god, and I will never entertain the notion of such meaningless wariness. You can be rest assured. I
เทพแต่ละคนนี่ก็
see your sincerity.
นิสัยต่างกันมากเลยนะเนี่ย
Of course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing to do. It will allow you to truly behold my power and witness my authority. Intelligent people always gather under the correct banner. I, Fosalor, hereby welcome you to the nation of Hydro and acknowledge the value and significance of your trip.
นั่นดิ
Now, you may
มันได้เจอ
rejoice
ง่าย
in
ไปหน่อย
this.
ไหม
Yeah, Paimon still can't believe it. Feels like we've only been here for a few minutes.
เหมือนโดนจับจ้องไว้ตลอดเวลา
The Hydro Archon's entrance was, how should Paimon describe it?
นั่นดิ
A little over the top? Miss Hydro Archon? How did you know we were coming?
ถามตรงๆเงี้ยเลยเหรอ
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and the excellent. I suppose it's only natural for you to be awestruck by my abilities. You had best stop and consider. Do you really have the noble qualities and etiquette necessary to communicate with a god? All it takes is a flick
อ๋อ
of
ชัด
my
เลย ไอ้หมอ
finger for
นี่
me to know everything
โอ
about
เค
you.
Whoa, talk about sounding high and mighty.
นั่นสิ เอาเถอะ เหมือนว่าถึงได้เจอง่ายแต่จะคุยยากแล้วล่ะ
Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still isn't enough. What else should I say then?
Is she waiting for us to start talking?
แล้วคุยกันอย่างเงี้ยนะ มันไม่ลำบากไปหน่อยเหรอ
I didn't expect to see Lady Farina here. What a surprise! Wait, does this mean they're the legendary blonde traveler? How did I not notice before?
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that Lady Farina? Is there some kind of drama going on?
Of course. That's the blonde traveler. The one all those stories are about. Lady Farina came here to personally see him. Oh, I bet this is going to be the duel of the century.
ประลองอะไรวะ
Got to see this. I knew Lady Farina would never disappoint.
อะไรกันนะ
Yes, but don't get too excited now. My dear believers and spectators alike tend to get quite rowdy, and despite the noise, I've come to tolerate all their ruckus. You may consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined that there will be an epic duel between myself and this traveler from another land.
ประลองอีกอย่างว่ะ
Just as you were hoping to see.
ดูเอลอะไร TCG วะเนี่ย
Now she wants to fight? Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
ไม่น่าใช่ลองเงียบๆไว้ก่อนนะอีกอย่างวะ
Are you not afraid? Might I remind you that this is a duel against the divine?
เคยสู้กับไบเดนมาแล้วดิ
Provoking a god in front of her people?
Stand down, Clorend. I admire his bravery. Few have the courage to draw their sword against a god.
มันสาระ
He
ปะ
is obviously a true warrior. Unfortunately, people nowadays only crave to be thrilled, and a mere duel will not slake
มัน
their
คงไม่ใช่
thirst
สู้
for
แบบใช้กำลังสู้
excitement.
หรอกผมว่าดูจากสภาพแล้ว
Oh, yeah, she's right. Just a duel wouldn't be all that interesting.
On Aranias, criminals are always requesting duels to defend their honor. I'm getting a bit old, to tell the truth.
You see. Then, as the god of justice,
อ๋อ
I shall face this traveler in another kind of duel.
เดี๋ยว
A
อะ
duel in court!
Oh,
Yeah, what?
right. Now that'll be worth seeing.
Right. This is Fontaine, after all. Such a grand opera house. It would be a pity not to use it.
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reactions? Seems you've spent a little too much time in the opera house. Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel in court? You mean you're going to put us on trial?
ตูเพิ่งมาเองนะ
Oh, we have reason to put you on trial.
บุกรุกเหรอ
It's obvious, isn't it? According to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine city limits during the first 3 days of each month. You are clearly
ชัดเลย
guilty of
ชิบหายละ
violating this law, no?
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong. That's our Lady Farina. No one knows the laws of Fontaine like she does.
You call that obvious? What kind of law is that?
วัตถุบินได้
Flying object?
เออ
Paimon?
Precisely. Now, if you two have no objections, then in the name of the Hydro Archon, I order your arrest.
My apologies,
Yeah,
Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil the fun. But if you would allow
ดู
me to
มีคนมาช่วยแล้ว
interject,
วะ
I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a flying object.
ก็ต้องไปว่ากันในชั้นศาลใช่ไหม
Finally, someone who's not crazy. How can
นี่คือเหมือนเราโดนกล่าวหาว่าแบบ
flying object?
ไอมอนเป็นวัตถุบินได้ แต่มันต้องแบบไปแก้ตัวนู่นนั่นนี่อะไรเงี้ย
Great magician Linny, my beloved citizen, I'll permit you to object. But how exactly do
ชิบ
you
หายละ
plan to prove
อะไร
your
วะเนี่ย
claim?
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I naturally should shoulder the responsibility of saving the show. So, with such an audience gathered here, allow me to perform a trick for everyone.
มายากลหายตัว ตัวใช่โอ้จะว่าไปลืมไปเลยนะว่าทาวเวลเลอร์มีธาตุน้ำแล้วใช่ไหมรอนั่นได้
Ta-da! What's that on Paimon's back? Hey, when did you do that?
เตรียมการไว้แล้วเหรอตอนจับมือนะกับตอนแตะหลังนะ
As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified as, well, something like a balloon. This rope has been in the traveler's hand all along. It was just that no one could see it before.
Huh? You call that magic? You've got to be joking.
ชิบหายละคนดูไม่เชื่อด้วย น่าลูกขนุนไม่เชื่อด้วย
Nice one.
Huh. I'm not sure what to think. It seems Lady Farina's charges no longer hold water.
Amusing. Very amusing, Linny. Just the sort of unexpected twist that I enjoy. With you here, today's performance can finally be called complete.
Performance? You see all this as a performance?
In which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. The god of justice will not bring
อันนี้คือเขา
charges
เตรียมกันมา
against
เหรอ
an innocent
เตรียม
person.
เตรียม เตรียมกันมาทำให้กูตกใจ
When
ใช่ไหม
there are valid grounds, I will not only judge travelers from abroad, but even the gods of other lands. I look forward to seeing your upcoming performance at the Opera House, Mr. Linny and Miss Lynette. That's enough for now. Toodaloo!
ไปละเอาช็อก
Just like that.
ช็อกจริง
Well, that's the most unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen.
นั่นดิ
You never even had a chance to ask her anything. But that's a problem for future Paimon. That whole scene just now was really...
ถามตรงๆเลยเตรียมกันมาหรือเปล่า
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation, just in case. I didn't think it would actually come in handy.
จริงเหรอ
So,
เนี่ย
now do you see what kind of god Lady Farina is?
ก็
She
คิด
can
ว่า
be a bit
50% แล้วล่ะตอน
confusing
เนี้ย
at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
คุยด้วยหัวได้จริงเหรอ
Anyway, Paimon had no idea you were a magician, Linny. It sounded like you'll be performing at the Opera House, right?
นั่นสิ
I just know a few simple tricks I use to make a living. Lynette is my assistant. It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in
อ๋อครั้ง
Fontaine,
แรก
the Opera House.
But isn't the Opera House where criminal trials are held in Fontaine?
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a
สองบทบาทเหรอ
variety of other performances.
ใช้ตัดสินค
To
ดี
the
กับ
people of
ใช้เป็น
Fontaine, the
อะไรนะ
line between a trial and a performance
คล้ายๆลงเผาแล้วศพอะไรเงี้ย
can be a little blurred.
โอ้ my
And
god
speaking of performances, I would be remiss to forego this opportunity gifted by fate.
โหดีเลยครับ
Might I invite the two of you to see my performance?
ได้เลยฮะ
My
เราไม่มีอะไร
brother's
ทำอยู่
always
แล้ว
excited to make new friends.
Oh, sure. We don't really have anything to do now, and we wanted to go to the Opera House
ไป
anyway.
ครับไพมอนผูกติดกับเรานี่เราต้องไป
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? I'll show you the way. I just have something to take care of first.
ไพมอนเป็นลูกโป่งแล้วในเมืองนี้ไพมอนเป็นลูกโป่งนะครับจำไว้ดีๆฮะ
You really mean it? Then I'll take you up on your offer. This is a magical item known as a magic pocket. Perhaps you can help me distribute them to the people here.
กระเป๋ามายากล
Huh? What are they going you use it for?
About that. You asked me before about the prophecy, right? Let me start by telling you a little more about what it entails. I'm not sure exactly when it began, but a prophecy has been circulating around Fontaine. It says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin. No matter how the nation of justice holds trial after trial, this sin cannot be absolved. Until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful people will slowly be drowned. In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
อย่างวะ
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
That sounds pretty gloomy.
นั่นดิ
Why are people in Fontaine born with sin? What is that supposed to mean?
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the seas and stirred its wrath. Others
กลับไป
say
ทำอย่างนี้ได้
that
ไหม
the people of Fontaine never heeded the
น่า
first
จะรู้
Hydro Archon's warnings and offended Celestia. But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been concrete evidence for any of these claims, so they can only be regarded as conjecture.
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed, wouldn't it be better just to ignore the prophecy completely? Why bother feeling guilty all the time?
That's exactly what the people did at first. But in the last few years, the water levels in Fontaine have actually started rising.
อ๋อ
Many places have already been completely submerged, and now
ดูจากส
lie
ภาพ
beneath
แล้ว
the sea.
มันคือสิ่งที่เราต้องทำใช่ไหม
Many people carry on with their
แก้ปัญ
lives
หา
as
นี้
before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But my family and I think that the people of Fontaine shouldn't ignore the possibility, which would end up sentencing them to death. We hope that at least the people who reside near the waterfront can move away before it's too late. So, we've started distributing magic pockets to them.
อย่าบอกนะมัน
As
ค
a
ล้าย
magical item,
กระเป๋า
these
โดเรมอน
magic
เหรอ
pockets have astonishing
ชัดเลย
capacity. I'm sure
เอา
they
ของ
will
มา
come
เก็บ
in
ไว้
handy
ใน
when
กระ
people
เป๋า
are moving their belongings.
Oh, Paimon gets it! It's like preparing for a rainy day! But this is
ผมว่าเราต้องเป็นคนเคลียร์ไอ้เรื่องนี้ว่ะ เอาละผมว่าเราได้โจทย์
Perhaps
ละ
only absolute power could ever contend with such a catastrophe. But who knows? We're just tiny specks in the grand scheme of things. Now, if
แต่
you'd
คิดว่ายั
like
งไม่
to
จบใน
help,
วันนี้แน่ๆ
then
ครับหมายถึง
please
ว่าแบบ
give these magic pockets to anyone nearby. Be sure to convince them to
เนื้อ
take
เรื่อง
it
มันน่าจะมี
regardless
4 พาร์ท
of what they
หรือ
say.
มากกว่าด้วยซ้ำนะตอนเนี้ยเราไปแจกกระเป๋าให้ชาวบ้านดีกว่าครับ สวัสดีครับอ้าวหมอนี่ก็ด้วยเหรอ
What's this?
Cái
So
tầm luật đấy
you
hả?
also believe in the prophecy. Keep it. I won't have any use for it.
อ้าว
what? You mean you don't believe in the prophecy?
ไม่เอาด้วย
No, I believe in the prophecy. But I also believe in another story.
เรื่อง
The
อะไร
story says that people once lived in the ocean. They were one with the ocean and couldn't live
อ๋อ
apart from it. But as time wore on, people desired to live on land and developed blood vessels, encapsulating the sea within their bodies. Thus could people set foot on land. So, if you ask me, when the water rises and takes us all, it'll be like we're going home.
Oh, we hadn't heard that one before. But people can't live underwater. They'll die. You should probably still take it.
เขาไม่น่าจะเอาอยู่ดีว่ะ
All right, I'll take it. I guess I just feel that being dissolved into the water doesn't
เอาว่ะ
necessarily
แบบ
mean
ก็ได้
death.
เซาซีจัง เอาเถอะนี่เป็นหุ่นยนต์แล้วมันยืนอยู่โหยืนอย่างนี้ได้ยังไงวะเนี่ยดูดิคือจุดที่สัมผัสกับพื้นมีแค่2 จุดแบบเป็นจุดด้วยนะตรงขาครับรับน้ำหนักได้ไงวะเนี่ยสุดยอดมากวิศวกรรม
So you're the blonde traveler that everyone's been talking about. My apologies for not recognizing you
ไม่
earlier.
เป็นไรหรอกครับมองเป็นคนธรรมดาก็ได้ไม่เห็นมันต้องอะไรมากมายเลย
Oh, a magic pocket? Seems you really thought of everything. I guess it's better to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Thanks. Please, also thank the magician on my behalf when you get the chance.
ได้ครับก็ดูเป็นคนดีนะสองคนนั้นนะเพราะว่าในบนเรืออย่างนั้นเหรออุ้ยสวัสดีครับ
Huh? I don't want that thing. Way I see it, if the prophecy's true, it's still gonna be a long time before the water can cover everything. Life is all about living in the moment. What use is there in worrying about the future all
เป็
the
นกัปตัน
time?
ด้วยปะเนี่ย
We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
ใช่หมวกเหมือนกัปตันเลย
You should still take it. You never know when it'll come in handy.
ผมรู้จักกัปตันคนหนึ่งอยู่ในเรือใหญ่ด้วยนะครับ
Alright, fine. Thanks. It's just that if I start moving, that means I've already given up
คือ
on
เขา
the
ก็รับไป
life
ทุกคน
I have now.
เออ
I'd really rather not.
โอเคผมละไปคุยกับลินนี่
More speed.
Oh, you already handed out all of the magic pockets? That was fast. So, what did people have to say?
ก็ใช่
I
ครับ
bet you heard some interesting opinions. Yes, but that will change once disaster strikes. I know they'll change their minds, so it's only right to help them prepare.
Is there anything else you need to do before we leave?
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine. Since we're out and about, I was
อ๋อ
thinking
เอา
about
สู้
bringing
ไป
in some
ทำ
more
ในกระเป๋าเวท
materials.
มนต์ใช่ไหมกระเป๋ามายากล
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us what the materials look like and we'll help. Many
Nancy.
hands make light work.
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some Romaritime flowers.
โอ้
I
ยดอกไม้
remember
นี้
seeing
ด้วย
them near the waterfront on the east side of the harbor.
ตรงไหนนะตรงนี้เหรอนู่นเหรอนั้นเหรอเนี่ยนะเนี่ยเหรอ
It seems we have to use Hydro to collect Romaritime flowers.
ยิงอ้าวอ๋อไงแล้วก็เก็บไงเก็บให้หมดเลยโรแมริทามมันคล้ายๆโรสแมรี่บวกกับแมริทามปะ
Take it easy.
ใช่ไหมไม่รู้เหมือนกันฮะ
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an experienced traveler. I've also finished collecting a few here. Maybe next time you'll feel like helping too, Lynette.
No way. I'm in power-saving mode today. Otherwise, I fear I may not have any energy left for the performance at the Opera House.
พี่น้องสองคนนี้เขาต่างกันมากเลยนะ
Though the performance is still a long way off. Now that we're finished here,
ไป
we
ครับ
should
ไป
get
ไป
ready
ไป
to head back to the court of
อยากไปเมืองหลวง
Fontaine.
แล้ว
So, we're going to the court of Fontaine before we head to the Opera House? Good. Paimon wants a tour of Fontaine's largest city and try...
อ้าวโดนตัดบท
Wait, shh. Have you noticed that person over there? The young
Huh?
girl.
เพิ่งเคยเห็นนะเนี่ย
Huh? What's wrong with her? Paimon didn't notice anything.
She's obviously a thief.
ฮะ
Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention, and a distracted audience is one that won't discover what you're really doing. Watch her movements carefully.
โอ้โจรนะชัดเลยนะ
Oh, he's right.
พิกพ็อกเก็ตนี่หว่า
Shh, keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should split up.
เข้ามาช่วยจับโจรเหรอเนี่ย
You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be her escape route if she tries to run.
ได้เลยครับ
Let's go.
แล้วเรือเราก็จอดตรงนี้ จอดผิดกฎปะเนี่ย โอ้โหถ้าจอดผิดกฎหมายอีกนี่คือเรียบร้อยนะครับเดี๋ยวนะเราต้องอยู่ตรงไหนอะดักซุ่มหัวขโมยข้างบนเหรอใช่ไหมนี่ไง
This is the spot where Linny wanted us to wait.
มาจริงด้วยแฮะ
Oh, look! Isn't that her?
ใช่เลยจับเลยกลับไปที่เดิม
Did she notice us? She started running the other direction. What should we do? Should we chase her?
เราแค่ดักตรงนี้ก็พอนะ
You're right. She might also be trying to lure us away. Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Linny caught the thief.
ก็ลองไปดูไหมกลับลงไปอ่ะขึ้นลงนะผมลงแบบดรอปดาวได้ปะอ๋อตรงนี้นี่ว่ะดีนะไม่ลงไปข้างล่าง
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure you're not missing anything else.
No, that was all. Oh, I can't thank you enough. I didn't notice a thing earlier. Anyway, I should be going now. Thanks again.
โอเคเราเอาของมาคืนแล้ว
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground. By the time I looked back, she was already gone.
I saw the general direction she went, but Linny twisted his ankle, and I needed to make sure he was okay.
Oh, did you get hurt, Linny?
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all. In fact, it's feeling better already.
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what would happen if you managed to derail our performance as a result.
You're right. Sorry, Lynette. I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated. But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it wasn't a complete failure.
What a slippery little thief. Guess things turned out all right in the end, though. Linny's initiative paid off.
All right, let's put this little detour behind us. We should go to the court of Fontaine now.
แล้วเราจะไปยังไงนะนั่งเรือใช่ไหมอ้าวพัดซีนนะ
So, we ride this thing to go into the city? What an ingenious way to get around. People in Fontaine really know how to use water.
This is an aqua bus. It allows people to travel between several key locations around Fontaine.
ก็คือเรือนั่นแหละ
Convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always the same. That's why it's better to travel with friends.
มันไกล
You
นะ
mean it's still boring even when I'm riding with you?
No,
โดน
that's
น้อง
not
บ่น
what I meant. It's just that, well, you don't really talk that much.
ก็คุยกับไพ
Besides,
มอน
it
แล้วกัน
doesn't
นะเนี่ย
really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us. It's the same as being at home.
เลย
Whatever.
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on board.
ใครอ่ะอ๋อ นี่ไงกะว่าจะไปหาพอดีเลยแต่เขาขึ้นเรือมาทันปะวะเหมือนจะไม่ทันนะเอาทันนี่วะฮะไพมอนแบบฮะ
What? Traveler, Paimon.
ครับทำไมเสียงเราดูเบาลงครับจ้ะสวัสดีทำไมต้องโบกไม้โบกมือด้วย
I'd bump into you while riding the aquabus. In the story of my life, this is big news. What are you doing in Fontaine? I didn't hear anything about you paying us a visit.
แสดงว่าพลาดฉากเปิดตัวดิใช่
As travelers, we're always on the move. It's not surprising that nobody knew we were coming. Though we still have no idea how the Hydro Archon knew about us.
รู้มันมีคนมันแอบบอกอะดิ
Let Paimon introduce you to our new friends.
Oh, no need for introductions, Paimon. I would recognize the great magician Linny and his
รู้จักกัน
assistant
อยู่แล้ว
Lynette anywhere.
ไม่เชิงรู้จักกันคือ
I wouldn't
รู้
be
จักอยู่
much
แล้ว
of a
เป็นคนดัง
reporter if I didn't know who they were. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Charlotte, a reporter for the Steambird.
Nice to meet you. From the
ผม
Steambird,
จำชื่อ
huh?
ไม่ผิดหรอก
We've
ชาลอตนี่แหละ
often relied on your
ถูกแล้ว
paper to promote our performances.
It's an honor to meet you.
Now that everyone knows each other, Fontaine suddenly doesn't feel like such an unfamiliar place. So, what have you been up to lately, Charlotte? Any big news?
เปล่าเปิดตัวของเราเนี่ย
Not too much. When there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House. You can still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle, even if it's the same old topics. For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days.
ก็น่าจะได้อยู่มั้ง
You're right.
ไม่รู้
Seems
เหมื
you
อนกัน
know
นะ
me
นี่
pretty well. What I'm really after is exclusive, sensational news pieces that could shake the country. These smaller stories are a waste of my talents. Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case lately. Well, a series of cases, actually.
You mean the serial disappearances of young women case?
That's right. These stories are the talk of the town right now, and it's probably the most mysterious case we've ever seen. If I'm the first with a draft ready to publish when the case is finally cracked, and it's the headline story in the Steambird, oh, when that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed tears of envy. I've already gathered all kinds of materials. I just can't wait for the truth to be revealed.
So, what is the serial disappearances of young women case? You mean the culprit hasn't been found?
That's right. The first missing girl case happened almost 20 years ago. And ever since, after a period of time, another girl disappears. What the cases have in common is that the girls are all of a similar age, and that they've all vanished without a trace. But the scariest part is that to this day, none of the girls have ever been found. Many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case, but shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen. Yes, it's possible. But either way, I believe that every case
อันนี้
has
คือ
some
ไม่ใช่นักข่าวแล้ว มัน
precise
น่า
truth
จะ
behind it, waiting to be
ตั้งแต่
exposed.
ไออีเวนท์ที่แล้วไม่ใช่นักข่าวเป็นอะไรนะ
Yes,
เป็น
I agree.
นั
And
ก
at
สื
the
บ
very least, the family of those missing girls deserves some sort of explanation. I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price to get her back, and then find a way to track down the culprit.
Please don't imagine that, Linny.
Hey, we're almost there! Look!
ว้าวคือเป็นเมืองอย่างตรงนี้เลยเนาะแอมมอนดูตื่นเต้นมาก คือมันให้อารมณ์แบบเหมือนเล่นไปในอะไรวะแม่น้ำอะไรอย่างงี้เนาะ
I have an interview to get to. I should get going before I'm late.
ครับไปเจอกันครับ
hopes we can chat again soon, Charlotte. See ya.
Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at the Steambird when you have time.
What a tough job. Always running around and interviewing everyone. Well, where should we go now?
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides, I still have all the materials we collected.
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all.
Okay.
The city is so huge, Paimon wouldn't know where to start anyway.
เมืองใหญ่อะเนาะเขาจะให้เราเริ่มที่ตรงไหนวะโอ้เข้ามาในนี้เลยเหรอคือมันดูสวยมากเลยนะแต่เป็นมันเรียกว่าไงดีมันดูคนละแบบกับเมืองที่มันผ่านมาเนาะที่มันก็คนละแบบกันหมดเลยแต่แบบให้อารมณ์อีกแบบนึงอะบอกไม่ถูกเหมือนกันผมอยากจะเดี๋ยวนะโอ้แผนที่ไม่มีอันนี้อะไรอ่ะอยากไปเปิด Statue of Seven ก่อนจ้ะมันมีอันนึงตรงนี้เนาะจะไปยังไงก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันเดี๋ยวค่อยนะเนี่ยดูดิว่าแบบเมืองมันแบบร้านอาหารของว่างเฮ้ยเอาซื้อสูตรอาหารดิโอ้ชัดเลยไม่ได้ทำอาหารแบบอาหารใหม่มานานแล้วเนี่ยผมว่าจริงมันแอดอาหารไปเรื่อยผมก็ลืมทำตลอดใครอะ
This is our current abode. Fremine, your home.
Fermine.
Where did everyone else go?
Fermine.
I have some new friends that I would like to introduce.
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
ทุกคนเพิ่งออกไปใครอะ
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that Father will be returning soon. I suppose that can't be helped. Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a phenomenal diver.
Fremine นักดำน้
ำ Hello.
ดูไม่เรียกว่าอะไรไม่น่าจะใช่พี่น้องกันแบบพี่น้องกันจริงๆ
And this is the traveler. Oh, you sound very proud to have a
เราต้อง
diver as a
ค่อยๆล้วงความลับ
brother,
ไหมไม่บอกด้วย
Lenny, could you come here for a moment?
What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me?
ไปเลยเดี๋ยวเราลงไปรอข้างล่างคุยอย่างกันวะ
Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. Sorry for the interruption. Oh, before I forget, the traveler and I collected more materials to make magic pockets. Were you able to get any, Fremine?
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of materials. I was about to give them to you.
That's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater work. All right, I'll take these to the workshop.
ฝนตกเหรอโอ้ไม่ค่อยเห็นเหตุการณ์นี้ในนี่ซะเท่าไหร่นะในคัสซีนอะเขายืนตากฝนกัน
Looks like rain.
Oh, you're right. But wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago? Fontaine's weather sure is weird.
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry, it'll clear up soon enough.
ผมมีอะไรแปลกๆว่ะ
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It's said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went, every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain.
ทุกเมืองมันต้องมีเทพแล้วก็มีมังกรใช่ไหมแต่มังกรของไรเดนคืองูวะแล้วโดนเชือดแล้วก็เลยมีจิ้งจอกแทน
Hydro Dragon Hydro Dragon Don't cry
เหมือนดาวาลิน
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very unusual. Let Paimon try something.
อย่าบอกนะจะตะโกนอ่ะ
Hydro Dragon, Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
มันไม่เวิร์กนะ
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could at least play along.
Sorry, it might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can't be comforted by the words of strangers.
มืดแล้ว
It rained for longer than I suspected.
ก็คือยืนรอฝนถึงตากฝนอยู่ดีนะแล้วทำไมไม่เดินไปเลยถ้างั้นอ่ะงง Oh my god
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. I need to find a way to catch the last aqua bus of the day. On the day of the performance, just ride the aqua bus to the island of Araneus. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain in front of the Opera House.
เขาจะให้เราไปโอเปร่าเขาละได้เลย
Oh, are you leaving now?
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, I get it. You feel nervous delivering the materials for the magic pockets, is that it? Perhaps we could trouble the traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont workshop and deliver them to the owner there? I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted, and the boss there tends to be pretty talkative. Fremine has always been a little...
เข้าใจอันนี้เข้าใจเลย
No trouble at all. Don't worry, we're on the case.
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks.
โอ้ยไม่เป็นไรชิว
I'll think of a way to make it up to you.
Oh, no need. This will be a walk in the park for us.
แต่ผมอยากจะไปเปิดอันนี้ก่อนอ่ะอยู่ไหนอ่ะนี่หรอ Statue of Seven เนี่ยมันน่าจะให้เราไปแถวๆนั้นพอดีหรือเปล่านะโอ้มันเหมือนจะอยู่ข้างบนแฮะโอ้เวิร์กช็อปอยู่นี่
Take it easy.
ไหนช่วยทำกระเป๋ามายากลให้หน่อยครับ
Hello? Is there anyone here?
เสียครับเอาไม่ใช่เสียนี่หว่าเจ๊
Oh, hello there. New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made? Or perhaps you're just looking for a chat with me.
เดี๋ยวแค่มาคุยก็ได้เหรอ
No, we're just here to deliver some materials. Here they are. They're for making... what were they called again?
Ah, these must be for magic pockets. I could tell right
ใช่
away.
กระเป๋ามายากลครับ
I've already made several orders worth now. No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd be using them for, I even offered them a discount. But they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run. It seems both their hearts and their pockets are made of gold.
Whoa. So, is Linny actually loaded?
I can't say for sure, but who knows? Maybe there's good money to be made being a magician in Fontaine.
Hey! Is this machine what you use to make stuff here? It looks really advanced.
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest technology, and wasting is a kind of crime.
อ่ะเหรอ
Where does a big machine like that get its power from?
Well, it's a little complicated. I'm not sure I can put it in layman's
เอ้ยผ
terms
มเป็น
for
วิศวกร
you. But basically, Everything we usually use here in the city is powered by
ชิบ
indemnitium.
หายนี่ไม่รู้จัก
It's a type of energy that's produced from trials.
ชิบหายแล้วนี่ไม่รู้จัก
How can trials produce energy?
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the details myself, but basically, when a trial is in session, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale harvests people's belief in justice and converts it into energy to be used all around Fontaine.
So that's what its other function is? Paimon heard that the Oratrice was created by the Archon to make judgments. But Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a stable power source for these machines?
พลังงานพระเจ้ามาจากคำศรัทธานะ
So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to take the energy created by belief and turn it into power for all of Fontaine, right?
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, it sounds like it makes sense. Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called pneumosia. It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature. Even now, it still cannot be widely used by civilians.
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking, I'm sure you wouldn't mind a few words with me.
เดี๋ยวเติมน้ำแป๊บหนึ่งอะไรอะ
Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to Confrérie of Cabriere by next month? Why are you hounding me now?
Yeah,
จ่ายค่าเช่าเหรอ
we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month. I want 50% today. Wait, no, 70%.
เดี๋ยวนะ
Seems business isn't
ของ
so
ร้านมัน
great
จะ
for the
มีปัญหา
workshop.
เนี่ย
We've already finished our job and delivered the materials. Maybe now is a good time to leave?
ไปดีกว่า
Hey, hold on.
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยว
Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debts first? If Confrérie of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora.
เฮ้ยไม่ได้เจอ
So
กัน
why
นาน
don't
นะ
we
เรา
work
อะ
things out between us first before you get back to your little conversation here?
You're from Northland Bank. But we said we'll pay everything we owe next
ก็
month.
คือเขาจะไปเอา
Why are you
เงิน
hounding
ที่
me now?
เงินจากคนอื่นมาจ่ายอีกทีอะไรเงี้ยนะตลกดี
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
We're surprised to see you too. What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now, and honestly, things have been pretty boring. But it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble. Either way you look at it,
เจอแต่
it
คนหน้า
seems
เก่า
things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far. Right, Traveler?
Hey, you, Northland Bank boy. Aren't you forgetting something?
ลืมอะไรอ่ะ
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
ได้เหรอ
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit and twiddle our thumbs while you catch up with your friends? Listen to me, boy. If you want your mora, fine. Why don't you come and take it?
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took...
ตกไหมครับน่าจะกลับมาแล้วอยู่ดีๆมันดรอปไปนิดนึงครั้งแรกเลยนะเนี่ยโอเคขออภัยครับมา
You're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
รีบตีกันให้เสร็จแล้วกันนะ
Sure, this won't take long.
เอาเราไปต้องเล่นด้วยอ่ะไม่เอาไม่อยากยุ่งด้วยเลย
Brace yourself. This is gonna hurt.
What's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank? Wait, don't tell me you're...
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you understand that you don't mess with Northland Bank.
หาเรื่องผิดคนแล้วดิ
Huh?
อะไรอ่ะ
Now's my chance.
มันก็ไม่รอดอยู่ดีอ่ะ คิดว่าจะรอดอ่ะ
Huh. That was weird.
เกิดอะไรขึ้นวะเมื่อกี้เกิดอะไรขึ้นเนาะ
I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe there's something wrong with my vision?
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone losing control of their vision.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
ไม่ค่อยเข้าใจ
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child? I don't see its work for Northland Bank.
นั่นดิ
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when do you feel down about anything?
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then I
อ
feel
ยู่
like
ดี
I'm
เหมื
in
อน
a
กับมี
terrible
อะไร
mood.
นะ มีปมเนื้อเรื่องเพิ่มขึ้นมาอีกเหรอ
Maybe you losing control of your vision just now is connected with that power you're feeling inside.
That is a possibility.
มีอะไร
I
ใน
can't
หัวไหม
remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, I fell into some unknown abyss. It was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk.
สเกิร์ก
She was always quiet and very
ผู้หญิง
mysterious.
ด้วยนะ
Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was always very strict when teaching me combat techniques. One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, it was because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my combat training would be useful in the future.
But what is it? What did you awaken?
She never explained that, but my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just fallen into that abyss. In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in front of me appeared a whale that was so massive, I felt like I couldn't breathe.
วาน
A whale?
อ๋อเติมเงินเยอะอะดิ
That sounds familiar.
ใช่เลย
When
ใช่เลย
we fought against you before, you summoned a huge whale that seemed to leap at us. Is that the
อ้าวไม่ใช่เหรอ
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental powers. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind. I'll never forget it.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little
น่าจะ
twisted
เกี่ยวกัน
to
นะ
Paimon.
เรื่องที่ผ่านมาตรงนี้
So
เนี่ย
why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she knows the answer.
ไม่น่าได้นะนี่
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for
กลับไปไม่ได้
Master
แล้ว
Skirk and that unknown abyss. But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace of the place where I remember falling into the abyss.
แปลกดีมันตัวละครที่มีอะไรแปลกๆเหมือนกันนะ
It sounds like some kind of
มีปม
ghost
เนื้อเรื่องอ
story.
ยู่อะน่าจะ
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point.
ได้เจอกัน
But
อีก
there's
บ่อยๆเลย
nothing
อะ
more I can do. It seems that strange encounters in this world tend to be elusive like that. Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be, so I should get going.
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists whenever I'm feeling bored.
อ๋อ
Official champion duelist?
ประลองอ่ะ
You mean it's their job to duel?
Yep, in Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel with an official champion duelist. The champion duelists are all powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. And the duel itself is a no-holds-barred fight with no specified stopping point.
มีอะไรแปลกๆอย่างนี้ด้วย
So
เนาะ
engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they lose, they'll have no choice but to stand trial. And the worst-case scenario is that you're simply killed in the duel.
ขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอ
Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced to death. So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor. Otherwise, why gamble with your life?
So, do many people actually get out of their trials by winning the duel?
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show that the nation respects the honor of its citizens. Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them as soon as I got to Fontaine. Apparently, the one I'm meeting today, Clorend, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I had been asking her for some time before she finally agreed to face me today.
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before.
ก็ตอนนั้นไงที่ยืนอยู่
Clorand.
เทปน้ำอ่ะ
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
อะไรครับ
Huh? Your vision? You're seriously just giving it away?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel, so I think I'll be better off without it for now. Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time later.
Paimon knows
กลาย
what
เป็น
you're
ธนา
up
คารฝาก
to.
ของแล้ว
You
เนี่ย
just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
เออ
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in touch later.
อยู่ดีก็เจอกับชายแล้วก็ฝากของอะไรแล้วก็ไปไหนก็ไม่รู้ดีมากนะฮะดีจริงๆเลยอะไรเนี่ย
He said he's been feeling down lately, but he seemed the same as ever to Paimon. Well, since we don't have much to do for now, we might as well walk around and see the city before Lenny's performance.
นั่นสิเนาะอ๋ออันนี้คือไปเที่ยวมาหมดแล้วโอเคแต่ผมไม่เห็นรู้เลยว่า
Wow, who could have seen that coming? The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along.
เฮ้ยอย่าสปอย
Sorry, Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Whew. Paimon never saw that twist coming. The murder mystery novels here are amazing.
เพราะว่าชอบอ่านหนังสือด้วยเหรอ
The whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yai Publishing House. Both have their merits, but Paimon
อ้าวอย่างนี้ไปบอกยาเอกดีกว่า
well, novel. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just reading. You should buy a copy and read it too.
ก็รู้แล้วฟังจากที่แพมอนบอกอะ
Sorry about that. Paimon will be more careful next time. Hey, shouldn't we be heading to the Opera House to see Lenny's performance soon? It's almost time for the show to start, so we should get going.
ได้แต่ขอไป Statue of Seven ก่อนได้ปะ
The Opera House is on Aranias, so let's go ride the Aqua Bus.
ขอไปตรงนี้ก่อนแล้วนะ จะได้เปิด TP อะไรชีวิตจะได้ดีขึ้นหน่อยมาอยู่ข้างในข้างบนเหรอเมียวโอ้ยดีจังดูดิทำไมต้องไปตรงไหนอะ Statue of Seven นู่นเหรอขึ้นเหรอขึ้นยังไงเนี่ยมันซับซ้อนอยู่นะคือเมืองมันแผนผังมันซับซ้อนอยู่ครับนั่นนะหรือผมสามารถที่จะตรงนู้นเหรอได้ไหมเดี๋ยวกดผิดชิบหายไปยังไงอะเนี่ยนี่มันน่าจะสุดแต่ว่า
Take it easy.
ปีนได้ปะปีนตรงนี้มันจะติดอะนะโอ้เขาไม่อยากเราปีนนะเนี่ยดูจากสภาพแล้ว แต่ก็ยังได้อยู่ปีนไปแล้วก็เนาะปีนเอาแล้วกันไปไม่เป็นเนี่ยเฮ้ยเดี๋ยวโอ้โหไม่ใช่ทางที่ให้ยืนเลยเนี่ยพอเป็นน้ำปุ๊บมันกลายเป็นใช้เซอร์มิน่าสีฟ้าละดีจังใช้คิดละได้ปะ yes ในที่สุดให้น้องช่วยนะเนี่ยเดี๋ยวเอาใหม่แป๊บนึงพลาดไม่ค่อยถนัดเท่าไหร่อ่ะคูดาวนานเลยมาเลยต้องห่างน้องเขาแบบใส่ไปใส่มาด้วยนะ yes ในที่สุดนั่นแหละเปิดเลยว้าว TP โคตรเยอะเลยนี่ว่าดูดิมีบอสด้วยเนาะโอเคต้องไปตรงนู้นทำไมปิงเยอะจังอะลิฟต์เหรอกระโดดลงได้ไหมจริงมันต้องใช้ลิฟต์นะเนี่ยเราก็เล่นปีนเลยครับสูงเหรอชั้นบนเหรอฮะมันมีหลายชั้นนี่หว่างงละอันนี้คือเรือมันมีเยอะครับดูดิแต่น่าจะให้เราไปได้แค่ไม่กี่ที่กดผิดเมื่อกี้เลือกชั้นนี่หว่าชั้นไหนอ่ะชั้น2เหรออ๋อมันต้องไปนาเวียนี่หว่าผิดท่าปะเนี่ยนาเวียนี่ไงต้องชั้น3มันเหมือนมันให้ลมเหมือนแบบพวกรถไฟฟ้าอะไรพวกนี้ดิมกันนะเนี่ยเรามารอรถครับรอเรือเฮ้ยรอเรือก็แล้วมีรอลิงมั้ยล่ะโอ้โหกดแบบอ้าวรอเรือแล้วก็รอลิงนะไปครับนั่งเมื่อไหร่เรือจะไปต้องกดนั่งก่อนเนาะสวัสดีเมื่อไหร่ถึงจะเดินทางเร็วๆนี้แหละโอเคนั่งได้ไหมอยากนั่งชมวิวอัลแฟนเหรอแล้วอัลฟานี่
Please do not stick your head, hands, or other body parts outside the boat.
อยาก
The Aquabus
มันสวยนะ
operator is not
อยากมี
responsible for any
อะไรแบบนี้เหมือนกันนะ
accidents
เนี่ย
or
ในชีวิตจริง
injuries resulting from doing so. Also, please remember to buy the steambird.
มันไม่ตอบโจทย์เรื่องความแบบรวดเร็วหรือสบายอะไรเลยนะแบบตอบโจทย์เรื่องความสวยงามอย่างเดียวเลยแต่มันสวยจริง
The
ดูดิ
destination of the current tour is Arenias. Points of interest worth visiting include the Fountain of Lucine and the Opera Epiclese. If you look to the left in the direction we are currently traveling, you will see the famous Fontaine Research Institute up in the sky. An experiment gone wrong turned new sightseeing opportunity.
น้ำไม่ใช่น้ำเขาเรียกว่าอะไรนะ
Ingenuity truly is a
ก้อนน้ำที่มันลอยได้เฮ้ยมีอะไรด้วยน้องไก่บินได้อุ๊ยดูดีเนาะ
We are now approaching our final destination. Please be sure to bring all your
แบบพาคาอะไรสักอย่างหนึ่งเนาะ
personal belongings with you as you
ไม่รู้กัน
disembark. Even though I will take any forgotten
มันยังไม่เปิด
items
ในแพท
to
นี้
lost
หรือ
and
เปล่าวะ
found, the paperwork is rather annoying, as Melusine hands are not suitable for grasping pens.
น้อง
Please
เขา
be
บ่นด้วย
careful when disembarking. It has been my honor to be your tour guide this trip. Thank you.
เป็นไกด์ด้วยนะแบบสุดจัดอะอ๋อไปแล้ว รีบยินดีต้อนรับสู่ฟอนเทนมาเปิด TP สิครับไกลจังอ่ะอ๋อแล้วมันเดินไปตามทาง อย่างที่บอกนะครับผมยังไม่อะไรนะ ยังไม่เก็บปริศนาหรืออะไรพวกนี้นะครับอ้าวเป็ดตายแล้ว ผมไปทางเดินยาวๆเลยก็ดีนะมันได้ชมวิวอะไรไปด้วยแต่ว่าเรารีบนิดนึง
Take it easy.
เฮ้ยเอาว่าแม่แล้วใส่หมวกอย่างนี้มันมองเห็นทางเลยนะนี่น้องหมาเดี๋ยวจะชมวิวมาชมวิวกันดีกว่าสวยอยู่ลงมหรสพนะครับไหนดูสิลงมันไม่เรียกว่ามหรสพมันเรียกว่าอุปรากร
What a place to hold a performance! No wonder Linny and Lynette were
แต่
looking
ภาษาอังกฤษใช้ว่าโอเปร่าเลยนะ
Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
ยืน
Oh,
ขอพร
Archon,
ปะเนี่ยนั่นไง
please
ว่าแล้วเชียว
bless us with a bright and healthy child. We pray.
ขอลูก
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and lives a peaceful life.
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn out smart.
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine. There sure are a lot of couples here.
Vache.
ฮะ
What's
เสียงอะไรอ่ะ
wrong?
Vache. Vache.
เอาแล้วน้าพูดอะไรหรือเปล่าครับ
No, Paimon didn't say anything. Are you hearing things?
แปลก
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary for newlyweds to come here and wish for children.
อ๋อ
Lynette, you scared Paimon.
ตกใจขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอไพมอน
Get here.
When he asked me to wait here for you, remember?
ก็ใช่แหละครับ
Right.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
จำพูอะ
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you? Besides, it's the middle of the day. It's not the time for eerie things.
I see. I might be able to tell you something that could help explain the voice you heard.
ฮะจริงเหรอ
In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to the hydro element. Others in my family have had similar experiences.
It's because of his sensitivity to the hydro element? But what would hearing a voice have to do with elemental power?
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything?
Just answer me. When do you cry?
ร้องไห้ล่าสุดเมื่อไหร่
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy. Oh, and also when Paimon's really, really scared.
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense emotions. Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. Even the tears that fall to the ground will eventually gather here. So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
So, what did the voice say? Huh. If you were hearing their emotions, then Paimon wonders what happened to them.
Rather than worrying about them, we should worry about my brother first.
จริงลืมเลย
Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance. So chatting with Linny might help him relax a little before he goes on stage.
Oh, right. That makes sense. Let's go in and see Linny.
เราต้องไปห้องแต่งตัวอย่างงี้ปะเขาน่าจะรออยู่ในห้องแต่งตัวอะไรอย่างงี้ปะรัวอะไรวะลองดูดิไหนจะยิ่งใหญ่อลังการสักแค่ไหนกันเชียวนะโอเปร่านะแล้วทำไมต้องไปเกาะประตูด้วย ตลกโอ้ตาย
Traveler and Paimon, good to see you. I knew you two would come.
ครับผมต้องมาอยู่แล้วฮะ
We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house. Wait just a moment. I'll fetch the tickets. The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved
ขอบ
your
คุณมากเลย
seats,
ครับ
and
โอ้โห
here are your tickets.
ซื้อบัตรให้ด้วย
Ooh, front row seats. Thanks, Linny.
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Hey, Linny. Could you come over here and take a look at this?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me. I'll go lend him a hand.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Linny.
มันอยู่ข้างบนหรือข้างล่างนะโอ้โหมันก็คือสวยมากแล้วเดี๋ยวนะเราได้นั่งหน้าสุดเลยเหรอโอ้โหเฮ้อะไรอ่ะเหมือนมีใครอยู่ข้างๆเรา
These should be our seats. Come on, let's sit down.
ตรงนี้เหรอแล้วไพมอนนะยืนใครอะเลิกลากแล้วก็
Hey, traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still. It's kind of awkward if we don't say anything.
ไปคุยเลยไปคุย มันปกติไม่ใช่เหรอ
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
ได้ยินเหรอครับ
So you heard all of that, did ya?
แต่ไพมอนพูดดังอะนะ
You should have good ears. Paimon thought she was keeping her voice down. Wait, that's not it. Paimon's sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. So let's talk, but
ตายเดี๋ยวไพมอนโอ้ยตาย
Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front.
ถามไปเลย
Are you a friend of
ถ้าหน้าแตก
Linny's
จะได้
too?
ไพมอนหน้าแตกคนเดียวนะ
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linny would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
อ้าวยังไม่ใช่อ่ะ
So you're not friends with Linny then? Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Paimon nearly forgot to make her introduction.
ใช่ไพมอนมา
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon and this is
เราต้องยืนด้วยเหรอ
We just arrived in Fontaine.
ครับ
It is an honor to meet you two.
ยืนกันหมด
I
เลย
have heard of your deeds across Teyvat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself. I am...
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Wait, Nervillet? Could he be...
เป็นตุลาการสูงสุดนะ
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still
ไม่
don't
รู้
know who
ว่าดี
Monsieur
เราจะ
Nervillet
รู้อะไร
is.
อ่ะ
Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him.
ปกตินั่ง
It
อยู่บน
wouldn't
นู้
be
น
too much to say that he's the symbol
โอ้โห
of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Whoa! Sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important person.
ไม่น่าแปลกใจนะนั่งอยู่แถวหน้าอย่างเงี้ย
Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to. There's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now. I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise, she may become flustered.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her act.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
เดี๋ยวยังไม่เริ่มไม่ใช่เหรอ
So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the audience has
แต่เอา
made
เหอะ
their way
รู้สึก
to
หมอ
their
นี่
seats.
เข้าถึงง่ายกว่าไอ้เทพน้ำอีกอะรู้สึกเป็นไม่รู้นะสมัยไรเดนก็คล้ายๆอย่างนี้ป่ะแบบว่ายังไม่เคยเจอไม่เคยอะไรแบบแล้วพอสุดท้ายเป็นไงครับ โอ้ยตาย
Oh, they're dimming the lights. The show must be starting.
อ๋อมีคนมาครบแล้วนี่หว่า
Sorry, Paimon will try to stay quiet.
เอาเทปปิดปากไผ่มอนไว้ได้ปะ
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
อะไรวะ
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today. Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin.
มา
Lynette will now
ดูเลย
exit
ดี
the
กว่า
stage to
ดู
make
ซิ
some
ว่าจะเป็นยังไง
preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. But this isn't what you came for.
These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes. It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do. Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Whoa! What in the world just happened? How did he do
Okay.
that? Herman didn't see him do anything.
จบแล้วครับ
Lynette inside the water tank? How did she disappear and then reappear out of nowhere?
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
ลักษณะคล้ายๆปู่เหมือนกันนะหมอเนี่ย
Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared. Amazing!
Thank you, everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun.
เอายังไม่จบ
I've
ครับ
prepared even more astonishing surprises for everyone here. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough, but Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member.
แหมเป็นเรื่องปกติของการดูมายากล
If
นะ
my
เนี่ย
assistants could bring out the magical boxes now, there are 2 boxes and only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle among the audience. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap! Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow! How's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual
ใจเย็นไพมอน
superpowers?
เงียบ
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector.
เฮ้ย
It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to
ใคร
participate.
จะได้ SSR ครับรอบนี้
Let's begin.
อะไรอ่ะ
Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire minute. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box. I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the fortress of Meropide.
Oh, okay.
ไม่ดูประหม่าจังวะ
All right. Before I enter the magic, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you all give me a countdown? Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that!
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Let's practice together. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 58.
60, 59, 58!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all on the other side once you've finished counting.
54, 53, 52?
ไผ่มอนได้พูดแล้ว
Why aren't you counting, Nervalet?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is. Merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me. Just enjoy the show.
Oh, all right. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or something. 40, 39, 38!
Mr. Linney, are you all right in there? Is everything ready?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, mid-air right above the audience.
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all.
Huh?
What was that noise? Did you hear it too?
ใจเย็น
Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's worried about it.
25, 24, 23! What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here. I can't tell left from right.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is what's important.
อันนี้น่าจะเตรียมกันมานะ
That's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds. Hear them counting?
น่าจะเตรียมกันมาแล้วเนี่ย
18, 17!
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. I apologize, everyone. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do such a long countdown. 10 seconds and change is still plenty of time.
10! Almost there now. Whew. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? Nope, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4! 3!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0!
Ta-da!
เป็นเรื่องอะเด้
Is this part of the show? Mr. Lenny, you're going to use magic to fix the stage now, right?
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in that box, right?
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then those accountable will not escape the judgment of the God of justice.
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough.
โดนจัดฉากปะเนี่ย
Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linny's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found. It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance. And there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances of young women.
The serial disappearances case?
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale, did he really underestimate us that badly? I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Lenny, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
No, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? The deceased is one of your assistants, is he not? Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing more than a provocation, a bald-faced challenge.
That can't be right. How can Lenny do this? He was in the box on the stage the entire time. We can even hear his voice. Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances. He couldn't possibly mean catching himself.
สงสัยต้องไป
Save discussion for a later time, please.
ไปหาชาร์ลอตแล้วก็ไปหาความเป็นจริงแล้วแม่งไง
just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Lenny and his associates, and that you are pressing charges.
I just think that I think it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges.
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally deliver justice.
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show. Lady Farina said it all.
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me even more than the obvious truth before our eyes is the opponent I'll be facing. That's right. I mean you, Traveler. You'll support Lenny, won't you? After all, he was the one who helped you the first time we met.
อยู่ทีลากเข้าไปเกี่ยวเฉยเลย
Then there's no problem at all. You know, the Traveler and I already had a duel the first time we met. But with Lenny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But draws really are the most boring possible outcome. So, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold such a riveting showdown and decide the true victor than here, on the grandest of stages, the Opera Epiclese.
wasn't a draw. She obviously lost last time.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed, and as such, a trial is in order. Well, traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, I would like to ask you, are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in this case?
มันโอ้โหไปขอความช่วยเหลือจากคนอื่นอีกทีก็แล้วกันนะ
The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth. Linney and his troop are all potential suspects and shall remain within the Opera House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big shot outlander can build in such a short amount of time. I'm really quite looking forward to hearing it.
Linny!
Sorry about everything that happened just now. Were you frightened?
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like that?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. How could this happen? And poor Cal. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be the murderer?
ไม่ใช่
Good to hear. Thank you so much for trusting me.
มัน
I'm
จะ
sure
จง
everyone
แจ้ง
sees me
เกิน
as
ไป
the
อะดิ
biggest
ถูกไหม
suspect
ถ้า
at
งั้น
this
อะ
point. But if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries, such that all that's left
เวลาเดี๋ยวไปหาชาร์ลอตไปช่วยกัน
I don't know whether what
คราว
happened
ก่อนเรา
there
ก็
on
แก้
the
ปัญหา
stage
มาได้
was
ทีนึงแล้ว
purely an
ครั้
accident
งนี้
or
ก็เหมือนกัน
not. And I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out what they did. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is
เดี๋ยว
possible.
อย่างนี้
Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh? Don't worry, Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal self. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that. We'll be
ต้อง
counting
เป็น
on
ท
you.
นายแล้วเนี่ย โอ้ my
Yes,
god
thank you so much.
ชินแล้วครับ
Just leave it to us. Oh, since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question first. Where did Lynette go during the performance?
Ah, well, I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets as magicians.
The secrets behind our magic are past saving,
นั่น
Linny.
ดิมันไม่ได้แล้วนะจังหวะ
I
เนี้ย
suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial.
แต่
'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless
ก็
hours
เข้า
and
ใจ
spared
แต่ถ้า
no
ไม่บอก
effort
มัน
in
ก็ไม่ได้
perfecting
ครับ
it. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then it will be well worth it.
อ่ะว่า
We
มาเลย
should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage and the seating areas.
ได้ครับ
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Detective Paimon is on the case.
ไปจ้างเฮโซมาด้วยไหม เอามาหลายๆคนเลยเหมือนจะไม่ไหวนะ
Officer, how's the investigation going?
I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid getting mixed up in this whirlpool of a mess if I were you.
ทำไมอ่ะ
What do you mean?
Come with me and you'll see.
เหมือนมันจะเรื่องยุ่ง
The
นะเนี่ยถ้าเขา
deceased
พูดอย่างนี้นะ
is one of Linny's assistants named Cowell. Even though he hadn't joined the troop long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowell inside it. This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
But he doesn't have a motive.
นั่นดิ
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but we've known each other for a little while.
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorneys. I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence. Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know that I'm warning you for your own good. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to come up with some new evidence.
เฮ้ยอะไรอ่ะบันทึกคดีได้อ่ะโอ้อุปกรณ์ใหม่แฮะน่าสนใจจังคนนี้คนที่เสียชีวิตอ๋อเหมือนเล่นเกมสืบสวนเลยอ่ะไหนดูสิเส้นสีขาวนี้น่าจะคือเขาเรียกว่าอะไรเป็นจุดที่เกิดเหตุนะครับแล้วทำไมมันออกมาตายข้างนอกตรงนี้วะโอ้เดี๋ยวนะอันนี้ตรวจเชือก
So this is the rope that broke and caused the water tank to fall.
ไฟมันขึ้นไปโดนขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอ
The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks? Why are you suddenly so serious, traveler?
มีใครจุดไฟ
Whoa. Look! This bit is made from different material. Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left.
เชือกจุดไฟเหมือนคล้ายๆอะไรวะแกนกลางของเทียนอย่างนี้นะ
So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material in it, then that means... Wait, why don't you write all this down? Let's take notes.
จดเลยต้องไปดูว่าใครเป็นคนเอาเชือกนี้มาติดตั้งกันเนี่ยแล้วก็คุยกับเจ้าหน้าที่หน่อย
Hello there. What are you investigating?
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the Magic Troop members are currently considered prime suspects. The investigation team is still collecting evidence. The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list.
เขาคือใครล่ะ
Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help us find the missing person. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the magic show. The Magic Troop members all claim not to know her, and we have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with the suspects. Simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troop at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearances.
Were the victims of previous cases also chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us.
กลายเป็นเกมสืบสวนไปละ
Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range, there really weren't any other connections between them.
Okay then.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, please be sure to contact us.
น่าจะยากครับ
It is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these disappearances.
ตอนนี้มี2คดีนะกับเหตุการณ์ใหญ่ๆเหตุการณ์นึงนะชื่ออะไรนะเฮลี่เหรออันเนี้ยเราต้องไปตรงไหนเวทละคุย
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
Huh?
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Sorry to interrupt,
ไม่ใช่เครื่องสุ่มจริงๆหรอเนี่ย
with their side of the investigation. What were you saying about the number selector? There's something wrong with it?
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
Lenny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that later disappeared. Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or
มันก็รู้เลยว่าใครจะนั่งตรงไหนใช่ไหมแล้วก็เลือกไว้อยู่แล้ว
Lenny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
That much checks out. Lenny reserved our seats for us too.
That you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Lenny.
โอเคขอบคุณมากครับ
Even though it's bad for Lenny's case, Paimon had better write it down.
เครื่องสุ่มที่ล็อกเลขไว้อยู่แล้วเรียกว่าหวยล็อกเลยอันนี้มีอะไรกันนี้คนดูบางคนยังไม่กลับเลยเนี่ยตรงนี้อ๋อกล่องฝั่งนี้ไงเปิดดูได้ไหมนี้ใครผู้ชม
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, it just so happens that I'm interested too. If you find any new and interesting leads, be sure to share them with me, all right?
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first? The way I see it. And I'll start it with that loud thud.
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the countdown?
มันเกิดขึ้นที่ไหน
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Lenny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, the thud has become an important clue.
That makes sense. So, what do you make of it?
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Lenny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. Jumping atop the water tank or something like that. And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
But wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
ไม่น่าใช่ เสียงมันคนละแบบกันนะ
Balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing.
อีกอย่างหนึ่งมันตำรวจเขาแน่ชัดแล้วว่ามันเกิดจากไฟอ่ะ
Oh, that's true. I suppose I must reconsider.
That does remind Paimon, though. What was with
แต่
that
เสียง
sound?
คืออะไรใช่ตอนนี้เรามีหลักฐานข้อสังเกตอยู่แค่นี้ครับเดี๋ยวนะต้องไปตรงไหนเนี่ยอันนี้น่าจะบอกถึงเรื่องทริคหรือเปล่า
Lenny's still talking to the guards. It seems he'll have a lot of explaining to do. I think someone will be assigned to monitor us later, but that's alright.
อ้าวไม่ใช่ตรงนี้หรอไปไหนอ่ะอ๋อนอกเหรอนี่ไง
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here!
Oh.
I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. No? And by the looks of it, you're not from Fontaine.
Well, you're right on the mark about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula?
ไม่เคยครับ
From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
ครับ
I'm Silver,
ครับ
her
เจ๊
attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under my purview.
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the names?
Well, I am the second generation president. Malus and the others are still used to my previous title.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina di Rosula anyway.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at hand.
เฮ้ย มีคนช่วยว่ะ
That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
มันชัดไปอะดิถ้าเป็นอย่างนั้นน่ะ
That's why we're looking for clues now. But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition. Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she?
โอ้ยเด็กคนนั้นมันก็อย่างนั้นนั่นแหละ
But
ดูจาก
that's
สภาพ
not
แล้ว
uncommon for her. If you remember, the justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree with her.
ก็ใช่นะ
All right, I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer mine.
Wait a minute, did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless questions from me. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
มันก็ไม่นะ
Well?
ไม่นะ
And why would that be?
อันแรกเลยนะครับ
See, Silver and Malus? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, Demoiselle. I too think that the traveler's response was most excellent. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact. And if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Malus. Anyway, I like your answer. You passed with flying colors. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two shall be my assistants.
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
ทำไมต้องเป็นผู้ช่วยอะแต่ว่าได้คนมา
I can be the assistant.
ช่วยหาความจริงก็ดีอะนะ
Or your companion, if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
That's more like it.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this sense, our goals are aligned.
เขาเป็นทีมที่ดูเรื่องนี้มาตั้งนานแล้วแน่เลยว่าไอ้เรื่องผู้หญิงหายตัวไปเนี่ย
You're quite the talker, aren't you, mister? And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
I have nothing to add.
อย่างวะ
Alrighty then.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Lenny's tricks.
อ๋อเขาต้องอธิบายต่อสาธารณชนเลยวะหรือแค่ดูว่ะคือแบบ
Whoever the murderer, people needed to read this rope was. Why would it? God, we all are.
ก้าวตรงไหนนะเจ้าหน้าที่ตำรวจ
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first.
ครับผมออกได้แน่นอนครับ
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and Lynette as
ยังไม่ออก
attorneys,
โอ
so
เค
we're investigating the case. Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection. So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on. I doubt there was much opportunity then, either.
How can you be so sure,
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that
อ๋อ
time.
เขาก็เป็นคนดู
I
อยู่ด้วย
couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck. But still, I did not abandon my post, and I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone if they had tried to leave. We Melusines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. Alright, thank you for your help. This will be useful info.
ไม่ได้ออกไปทางนี้นะครับก็คือ
Checked everything of note here at the performance venue.
การป้องกันค่อนข้างแน่นหนาเลยเหรอ
Here's how Linny's discussion with the guards is going.
เราลองกลับมาดูซิว่าลินนี่เป็นไงบ้าง
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making
ที่ผมอยากเล่น
notes
เก
as
มแนวนี้เหมือน
necessary.
กันนะสืบสวนแต่ว่า
Very good. Thanks for being so
ยัง
agreeable.
หาอันที่
I'd pull a
น่า
rose
สนใจ
out of
ไม่
my
ได้
hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived. Who's this?
ไม่รู้จักเลย
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower. Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Call me Navia. I'm a partner of theirs, and will be helping investigate this whole situation. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
อันนี้อะไรครับเนี่ย
Fine by me.
อ๋อกดขึ้นมาดูได้ครับระหว่างนี้เลยเนาะอีก5 อันเหรอผมไม่ได้คุยกับใครอะ
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here?
มันก็พูดยากนะ
I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
ก็ใช่แหละมันมีวิธีการจับมายากลอยู่เนาะแต่แบบ
Balloons
มันก็ดู
and
ยาก
other
เพราะว่า
decorations
คนแสดงอ่ะเขาพยายามที่จะทำให้มัน
Where did all that
แตกต่าง
go?
อยู่แล้วได้พยายามให้มันแบบ
Good
เนียนที่สุด
eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it? Paimon didn't notice anything.
ลวดลายอ่ะ
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden
คุ้น
board.
ๆอยู่ครับมันดูไม่
So,
เหมือน
if
เดิ
you
ม
put 2 and 2 together,
แสดงว่า
what
ผ
do
ม
you
ได้
get?
อยู่ มันเป็นกล่องในกล่องเหรอ
Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
ไปไหนอะ
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box.
ว่าแล้วเชียวตอนคือตอนแรกผมไม่ค่อยเชื่อเพราะว่าอะไรนะมันเป็นโรงที่แบบว่ามันใช้ในศาลด้วยใช่ไหมก็เลยไม่คิดว่ามันจะติดตั้งกลไกอะไรแบบนี้เอาไว้ขนาดนั้น
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The two magic boxes are positioned right above the two entrances of the tunnel.
แต่เขาสับตัวเร็วขนาดนี้ได้ไงวะไม่กี่วินาทีเองนั่นน่ะ
The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be
แต่
back
ถ้าอย่าง
on
นั้นน่ะ
stage.
ถ้าเขาเอาผู้หญิงลงมาแล้วอ่ะตัวข้างล่างมันต้องมีแบบเรียกว่าไงต้องมีทีมงานหลายคนคอยดูปะมันก็น่าจะรู้ดิว่าหายไปไหนอ่ะ
Right. You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end.
ไอเรื่องพูดไม่เท่าไหร่มันจะเป็นไมค์ถูกไหม
A
แต่ว่า
phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect.
แต่ผมงงว่าออกมาได้ไงตอนที่ออกมาก่อนไม่กี่วิ
My
อ่ะ
assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette?
อ๋ออย่าบอกนะว่าปลอมตัว
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
So that's how it all worked! Wow! Every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete.
ไอคนที่ขึ้นมาไม่
The
ใช่ผู้ห
operative
ญิงคน
word
นั้น
here
นะแล้วมัน
being
หายไปไหน
would.
วะ
But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
We really don't know how that happened.
ไม่ได้เช็คก่อนเหรอ
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off. And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime. Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
แต่เป็นไปได้ว่าไม่เช็คเพราะว่า
So Linny and Lynette are not permitted to
ผม
stay
ก็ไม่อยากให้คนที่
I'll escort them
มา
back
ด้วย
up.
อ่ะโดนในนี่อยู่ดีถูก
Yes,
ปะ
of course. No need to be so strict
ไม่
now.
ไม่อยากให้คนที่
I won't disappear
มา
into
ร่วมแสดง
thin
อ่ะ
air, you
รู้
know.
ทริคอยู่ดีถูกไหมก็คือปิดกล่องไว้ แต่ก็อาจจะพอรู้สึก
Thanks,
ว่ากล่องมัน
everyone.
ขยับเลยอะไรพวกนั้นนะ
We're counting on you.
ทริคมายากลรู้แล้วนะครับอ๋อนี่ไงที่เพิ่มมาอีก3 อันอ้าวแล้วเดี๋ยวนะขาดอีก2 อันปะอ๋อตรวจสอบได้หมดเลยโอเคตรวจสอบบันไดกันทำไมอ๋อเสียงไม่ใช่สิเอ๊ะมันคือเสียงอันนี้หรือเปล่าวะ
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
Oh, Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water to disappear? And here's a broken vase. Huh. Did the trolley knock it
ไม่
down
น่า
while
ใช่
moving?
can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this distance.
Let's note this down too and think about it later.
อย่างน้อยมีแจกันที่แตกอยู่แต่เสียงไม่น่าจะดังขนาดคนทั้งหอได้ยินครับนี่อยู่ใต้ดินนะนี่รางครับระบบรางก็ปกตินะดูไม่มีอะไรเนี่ยอะไรอ่ะฝั่งนี้ก็เป็นรถเข็นแล้วก็มีช่องแอร์ช่องอากาศนะ
What is this place?
It seems someone could fit through here.
แต่คนเข้าได้แน่ๆครับ
Could this have been the suspect's escape route?
ไม่ได้นะ
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with
โอ้ย
them,
ใหญ่อยู่นะ
space would be too narrow.
แต่ถ้าแบบทำให้สลบแล้วออกก็น่าจะยากอยู่กันแต่ว่ามันไม่มีทางอื่นหรอปะ
Oh, you're right. Let Paimon write that down.
ให้ตำรวจมาเช็คตรงนี้ได้ไหมเดินออกไปดูโอเคเดี๋ยวผมเข้าห้องน้ำสักครู่นะครับเดี๋ยวมาโอเคมาละไหนดูสิโอ้ใส่ข้างล่างน่าจะหมดแล้วนะอ๋อมีอะไรด้วย
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right? Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them?
ปลอมตัวออกเหรอ
Ugh, this is so
แล้วทำไม
confusing.
แว่น
Paimon
ไซ
doesn't
มอน
want
มัน
to
กลาย
be a
เป็นอันนี้
detective
แล้ว
anymore.
เป็นลิง ลิงไม่เข้าใจอะไรเลย โอเคน่าจะครบไปแล้วครับเบาะแสที่เรามีตอนนี้อะไรอ่ะ
Huh. What's this?
Looks like a
ขอเกี่ยวเหรอ
tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's all kinds of odds and ends here.
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left here?
Whatever it is, let's make a note of it first.
จดหมดโอเคครบจริงๆละเอาเฮ้ยค้างฮัลโหล
Yes, let's head back. Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Maloose returns. It seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found hiding there.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then! You know, like the kind you usually see in novels!
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance and
Halsey
Cowell's
นี่หว่า
death are both quite inexplicable. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Linny and Lynette.
แต่ที่ผ่าน
In other
มามันก็
words, the charges are
มัน
very
ก็เหมือนกับเป็น
likely
การ
to be
ผิด
upheld
คนทั้งหมด
unless
เลย
they
ใช่
make
ไหม
some considerable progress.
เหมือนกับเป็นการป้ายความผิดให้กับคนอื่นทั้งหมดเลย
And then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the oratrice will hear statements from both sides. That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the oratrice. To put it simply, it's as if the oratrice has its own will and is a judge in its own right.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. Not that this has ever happened anyway.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice itself.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? Paimon thought Neverlet called the shots.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment, which is why people have great faith in the Chief Justice. Yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place before the trial.
Huh? Why?
แล้วกินข้าวไงอะ
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
สังงั้น
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to
เวร
disrupt
ไป
the
หาชาร์ลอต
case.
ไม่ได้
And even if that were
จบ
not
แล้ว
so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
โอ้นี่มันสายใช้กำลังอ่ะเนี่ย
Whoa, whoa! There's no need for that. Paimon thinks they have a point. That said, are they
ว่าเชียวไพมอนมันห่วงเรื่องอาหารจริงด้วย
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is any guarantee of balanced nutrition.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too. I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all. Just kidding, just kidding. Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply make
ฮะ
some.
ทำเองที่เนี่ยนะ
Huh? Here? But
เออทำยังไงอะ
Understood, Demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
What
wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
เอาจริงเหรอเนี่ย
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the Demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
โอ้โหแบกมาด้วย
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
โอ้โห
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll
ได้
get
เหรอ
to
อย่าง
taste
เงี้ย
my awesome snacks soon enough.
These three are quite the interesting group.
นั่นดิ
And
Whoa.
Paimon thought it smelled
อะไรอะ
good
มากะลอง
while
เหรอ
it was still in the oven. Oh, it's even better now. Paimon can't stop drooling.
ไม่ใช่นะไม่ใช่
Had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process. But you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself, beating the egg white
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Paimon was just thinking, aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty beating egg whites and baking like this?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks. Don't underestimate beating egg whites, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack. Anyway,
มากระลองจริง
give
ว่ะ
these a try. Fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for
นึกว่า
each
เขาจะ
of
เปลี่ยน
us.
ชื่อเปลี่ยนอะไรหน่อย
Only 3?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head.
มี
You
ลวด
wouldn't
ลาย
make
อยู่
us
ด้วย
think
นะ
clearly about the case on a sugar rush, would you?
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite, strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the mind and lifts the spirit.
ดื่มชานี่เหมือนอังกฤษเลยเนาะ
No need for concern. I'm merely doing as I should.
All right then. Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something of a secret chamber. However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction.
ก็อาจจะใช่แต่ว่าเราไป
The
ไหนอะ
criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
ก็ไม่รู้ว่าเป็นใครอยู่ดีเนาะ
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third person. But the only people left to consider are both technically victims, whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or poor Cowl.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowl before making her escape?
ไม่น่าใช่นะ
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off. Nor does she have any motive. The guards said that she has never had any dealings with the Magic Troop's members.
Were we not thorough enough in our search? From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case. Your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell great! They're nice and crisp and super sweet!
They are my specialty after all. And I see you've already had 5 of them.
อยากกินไป5 ชิ้นเลย
5? Oh, that can't be right.
ก็นี่ไง3แล้วก็ ไอ้ตรงเนี้ยอีก2เนี่ย
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
อ๋อเขาให้5 คนเลยนี่หว่า
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough. Even you don't believe Paimon?
ก็นับอยู่อ่ะไหนอะ
How could you? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach.
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. No big deal. Maloose, set up the stove again if you would.
Huh? What are you doing?
ทำข้าวกินปะเนี่ย
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
โอ้
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, Demoiselle.
ทำเพิ่มอีก
And
2 ชิ้น
I
มา
have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Well, this really is your hobby, huh?
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the two of you think the case over again.
อย่าบอกว่าได้เล่นในโอเน็ตอีกแล้วอะ
It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
All right, thanks for your help and for the snacks.
โอ้แต่ลองนึกสภาพถ้าผมแบบไปอยู่สถานการณ์นี้จริงๆอะมันก็ตื้ออยู่เหมือนกันนะแบบ
A small task for the Spina di
มันยังไม่ได้อะไร
Rosina.
เลยคือมันได้เบาะแสว่าแบบ
Silver,
มัน
Luz, it's time to go.
มันมีอะไรแปลกๆ
I'll
จริง
be
แหละ
back
แต่แบบ
if I find anything
มัน
new.
ไม่ได้อะไรเลยอะครับ
All right, it's time to put our heads together.
โอ้ต้องรออย่างเดียวเลยเหรอ
Defense ready for the trial. Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare. Here, take Paimon's notes. They should help you review the situation.
อ๋อน่าต้องเป็นต่อหน้าศาลเลยมั้งเนี่ยที่แบบว่าเราค่อยไปอะไรนะเป็นนั่งเล่นโอเน็ตบนนั้นไปมอนเหนื่อยอะไรคือไปมอนเหนื่อยไปมอนอ่ะนะเหนื่อยกว่าเนี่ยกูเนี่ยจะว่าไปนี้โอ้โหพาร์ทนี้อะไรนะเนื้อเรื่องโซแลนนี่ก็เกือบ3 ชั่วโมงแล้วนะผมว่าอีกพาร์ทหนึ่งได้ครั้งหน้าแน่เลยอ่ะเราผ่านเวลามาแล้ว
What do we do? The whole situation is so confusing.
กูคิดเช่นไม่มันมึงคิดเช่นมากกว่า ได้ไหมอันนี้ได้ไหม
Good plan. Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or
แต่
another.
คือยังจับบุคคลที่
Just
3 ไม่ได้
relax.
ด้วยอะดิ
Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
การกล่าวหามันง่ายกว่าการหาความ
Best
จริง
of
อยู่
luck
แล้ว
to
อะ
you.
ครับมันไม่ง่ายอะเดี๋ยว
Finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
มันไม่ค่อยได้อะไรอะ
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well, now, don't you all look disappointed. Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed. That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence. But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe, concede so easily.
เดี๋ยวได้เจอกัน
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
ว่าไป
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution, Lady Farina. Do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying.
เฮ้ยท่านี้มันคุ้นๆนะเนี่ย
In the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so?
Wait,
And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
ทำไมถึงไม่รู้อะ
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
The House of the Hearth?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatsui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. This was almost too easy. Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Hey, Linny, why didn't you tell us this before?
เดี๋ยว
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true? Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry.
มันเริ่มตึงแล้วดิ
Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Granted. In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
มันพลิกเกมยากแล้วเนี่ย
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professionalism than I thought. In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up. I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry.
Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad!
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but please, let me explain. I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset. But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to. Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Well, you both say that, but... Right, let's hear your answer first, and no lies now!
Of course, I'll answer any question you ask. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
อย่างน้อยแสดงว่าคนร้ายไม่ได้ใช้ทางนั้นเพราะงั้นจะเจอกันแน่นอน
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
มีคำตอบเดียวด้วยอันนี้เราจะต่อกันครับ
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously
ต้อ
watertight
งบอกความ
defense.
จริงไปแต่มันก็ไม่ค่อยช่วยอะไรอยู่ดีอะ
Huh? Oh, Paimon thinks think she gets what you mean?
เนี่ยนะปัญหาของการที่เอาเอาหลายๆที่อยู่ร่วมกันเนี่ยมันก็จะเป็นอย่างเงี้ยแหละมันไม่ค่อย make sense นิดนึงเนาะตรงที่แบบไอ้กลที่แสดงเนี่ยมันจะมีห้องนี้อยู่ในแบบที่สร้างที่ไม่ได้สร้างขึ้นมาเพื่อทำอย่างนี้โดยเฉพาะ
Let us continue the trial.
ต่
When
อ
last
เล
we
ยครับ
left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
That took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their
ว่ามา
attention
เลย
at this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linny's perspective.
ท่านี้แหละอะไรอ่ะอ๋อใช้ฐานแย้งน่าสนุกดีแฮะก็จะโน้มน้าวอันนี้ได้นะ
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel.
ว่ามาแล้ว
When
ไง
the
ต่อ
flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud.
ไม่น่าใช่นะเนี่ย
He did not realize that the sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound.
มันจะดังขนาดนั้นได้ไงวะ
Finally, he used the vase to knock her out before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her.
ใช้กันฟาดมัน
At this
ขาด
time,
ปะผมไม่แน่ใจ
Cowell
ว่าต้องยังไง
arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linny red-handed. So Linny proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Linny passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident. And there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
Does the defendant's side
ภาพ
have
มาดี
any
กันนะ
objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events, what Linny experienced, and what he saw.
แหมได้ยินเสียงภาคคนภาคเอเธอร์สักทีลองมองหาดูสิเขาไว้ดูขย้นด้วยอันนี้มันใช้โต้แย้งไม่ได้อ่ะอันนี้มันเดี๋ยวนะขอลองดูก่อนมันใช้โต้แย้งได้เหรอผมกำลังคิดอยู่ไอ้อันเนี้ยมันไม่รู้อ่ะลองดูก่อนไหม
According to
ไม่ได้เหรอ
he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey.
โอ้โหใช้ไพ่หนักอยู่นั้นเนี่ย
See, Linny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth. Linny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed traces of the aftermath.
Attention! Ace
ให้ไพมอนพูดเหรอ
has something to say. When the countdown started, Linny did indeed go into the tunnel. But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the
ก็ไม่มีหลักฐาน
Oratrice
อยู่
is
ดี
stored. Once he
ลอง
reached
ดูกัน
that
ก่อนนะครับ
area,
ไม่
he
รู้
heard
กัน
a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately. The crime had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in
เฮ้ยดึงตาช่างกลับมาได้วะแต่เดี๋ยวโดนโจมตีครับ อยู่แล้วแหละ
Paimon did it! Paimon actually managed to say all that! Wasn't it awesome?
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right!
My reasoning?
อันนี้ดีกว่า
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
ผมก็มาเตรียมไว้ฆ่าคนอยู่แล้ว
That's right, you tell him!
ถ้าไม่มีคนมาเช็คก็ไม่ได้ฆ่าใคร
They've managed to turn things around. Oh, well, your denial is very strident. I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims? Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask?
ตึง
You're saying that he wasn't?
เดี๋ยวเราขาดไปอันหนึ่งอันเนี้ย โอเคช่างมันเถอะเราต้องทำไงเนี่ย
That's right! Linny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance. This means that when the crime happened, Linny had already entered the basement via the vent. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof! How do you like that?
Well played. To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Linny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility? The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
น่าจะใช่นะ มันบอกว่าถูกแล้วด้วย
That can't be right. Are you serious?
ใช่ครับ มันคืออย่างนี้แหละ
The killer was, in fact, Cowell, the deceased!
Oh, is that so? How interesting! Let's hear your reasoning then.
เพราะว่า
What we must do next is
เดี๋ยวให้เราตามเรื่องไปดีกว่า
What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim.
เดี๋ยวเรามาเรียนเรื่องเอง คืองี้ เดี๋ยวนะ
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey? The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well. Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment.
นี้ก่อน แล้วก็
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant.
อันนี้
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear that she would
แล้วก็
The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. It would have been tough for both people to fit into.
มันไม่ใช่เหรอคือลำดับผิดเหรอวะหรือว่าไงวะ
The sound we heard may have come from a clash. No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. The sound we heard may have come from a clash, but it would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. The deceased's name is Cowell.
เราต้องเลือกยังไงวะ
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so no one entered or left the opera house through its entrances.
เอาตอนนี้ก่อนมา
The deceased's name is Halsey's clothing was in the
มันต้องลำดับด้วยใช่ไหมเนี่ย
Halsey's clothing was in the sound we heard may have no one entered or left
อ๋อโอเค
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things
แต่ไม่รู้
out?
ว่าคนที่หายตัวไปหายไปยังไง
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff. And here I thought you had something to show for it. But it seems you're still far from the truth.
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
หนีออกจากกล่องน้ำไง
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient? There is no greater sin in this opera house than an awkward delay in the performance.
โอ้ยใจเย็น
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
เฮ้ยท่าเดียวกันเลย
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. The vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important evidence. The water.
นี่ครับอันนี้น่าจะโอเคสุดละ
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
Just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the
ได้ยินด้วย
moment.
เหรอ
How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick. Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny already knows this truth very well. Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about 2 completely different things.
Even so, I trust the traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
people really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress.
โคตรหวานค่าเลยเราอะ
Please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased Cowell.
ดูซิเป็นไง
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately.
ค่อนข้างชัดนะ
The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are water from the primordial sea.
The primordial sea.
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
แย่แล้วคณะลูกขนุนชิบหายแล้วล่ะ
If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
Mademoiselle, wait!
ไปไหนแล้ว
What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order!
It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results, but we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
เราต้องเล่าต่อแล้วสินะ
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues
จัดการเองเลยเว้ย
connected together.
โอเคเยี่ยมเลย
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the magic box. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. Now it seems like the hook rope with... The rope that held the water tank up was lit by the... The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant.
อันนี้ก่อนแล้วกันนะตอน
Now
นี้
it
นะ
seems like the hook... The water from the Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time.
ผมผิดอ่านนี่ว่าตอนนี้ด้วย
There was something else within the...
ครบแล้วโอเคเหมือนต้องมีลำดับด้วยหรือเปล่าผมไม่แน่ใจอะ
It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine again! In the original plan, Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowell would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel, and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Huh. That does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
Oi.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person? What a humiliation.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case. And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
What?
That can't be.
โดนจัดฉากอยู่ดีว่ะ
Oh, I see. Well, how wonderfully comedic to have your own counterattack only to come back and wound you. Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a swift close.
เอาอีกแล้ว
Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent. Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowell then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime. Ultimately, he knocked Cowell out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization. Am I right, Mr. Linny?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here. Is this the end of the road?
อ้าวไม่ให้โตแย้งเลยด้วย
Paimon can't think of anything either.
ชิปละ
Doesn't look like there's any way around this. Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move. Why did this have to happen now?
I think we've all seen enough now, and we have ample witnesses to my flawless reasoning. I believe this is indeed the finale. Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice, should we not, in your view, move...
Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
เฮ้ยเอาว่ะ
Miss, I must ask you not to shout and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic? I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Linny, if you would be so kind.
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But Once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Lenny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rasula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf. But as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance to you.
I understand.
And voila!
Huh?
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me, and then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowl. I admit it.
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there, and I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Linny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey, no wonder you
ตอนแรกผมก็คิดอยู่แล้วว่าทำไมมันคุ้นๆแต่แบบพวกเกมนี้เขาชอบใช้โมเดลเดิมไงผมก็เลยไม่ได้รู้สึกอะไร
And I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was on to me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee, but then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
มันเรื่องมัน
Well, that makes everything
มั่วไปหมดแล้วเนี่ย
clear now,
ชิบหายแล้ว
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lillian's perspective.
มาอันนี้ก่อนเลยมันไม่ถูกละลายแล้วเพราะว่าไม่ใช่คนจากที่นี่ใช่ไหมเห็นนะต้องเริ่มจากตรงไหนอันนี้เหรออันนี้ก่อนไหมไม่ใช่เดี๋ยวนะเดี๋ยวนะเวลาเหตุการณ์ในอุโมงค์ก็คือลินนี่เข้ามาปุ๊บแล้วก็มันไม่ใช่แล้วนี่หว่านะอันนี้
The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lillian's attempt to break out when she was frightened.
อันนี้ไม่ใช่อันนี้เป็นอันนี้
The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but it was smashed during the struggle between Lillian and Cowl.
ส่วนอันนี้ก็คือนี้
Lillian was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid, biting.
โอเค
Having been selected out of the blue, Lillian panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud we all heard. Hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lillian had not dissolved. He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket. Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, he tried to force Lillian back into the box. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top, knocking Cowell out and putting him in the box. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended.
แต่ก็ยังไม่ได้อธิบายเรื่องเชือกนะโหมันตึงจังวะ แล้วอย่างยาวแล้ว4 ชั่วโมงแล้วมั้งเนี่ย
That she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So she has been trapped in the opera house these last 2 days.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So she swiped 2 of them right under our noses.
อ๋อโอเคไพมอนไม่ได้กินจริง
About a sneaky thief.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Bravo! Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
What? Are you reading my mind now?
น่าอยู่ด้วยกันมานาน
No, I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
Wow, look at that! She's like a deflated balloon now.
ได้ยินด้วยเนี่ย
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events.
จัดมาครับให้ผู้ชม
The
ทางบ้านผม
actual
ฟังด้วยแล้วกัน
perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent.
Hooray, Linny and Lynette! Amazing!
While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated
ยังโดนอยู่นะ
This case, at least, can be handed over to the oratories to make the final decision.
เรื่องแอบไปดูใช่ไหมล่ะมาเป็นใบอย่างนี้เลยเนี่ยโอ้ my god เครื่องปริ้นเลยเนี่ย
As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
แต่อย่าเพิ่งดีใจไปเด้อ
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's
อันนี้อะไร
baggage?
เนี่ย
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence that you dared to bring before this court?
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes?
ชัดเลย
I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
มาทะเลาะกันเหรอ
Now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed,
อันนี้เขาก็ทำงาน
you
ให้
have
ปัดทุย
become
เหมือน
a
กันไม่ใช่เหรอ
liability to
เอาละ
said
แม่
higher-ups, yes?
Civil War เนี่ย
Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know and seek the protection of the guards.
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. Our
ว่ามา
boss
เลย
discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve.
ใครไอ้เจ้านาย
It can
เก่ง
also
เนี่ย
be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent mora off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about.
น่าจะตายหาโอ้ยคณะลูกขุนตกใจอะดิด็อกเตอร์เหรอ ไม่น่าใช่บอกว่าต้องเป็นคนอื่นแล้ว
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
So, we're just going back now?
ก็ที่นี่คงไว้
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
Linny.
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui.
เราตอบแบบเท่ๆแล้ว
I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
A knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
จำไม่ได้แล้วมันหน้าตาไงวะ
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? It's
ว่า
about
มา
my past. Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with me forever. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law. I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans. Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer.
ที่ว่าฟาเธอร์เป็นผู้หญิงเหรอ
The House of the Hearth
ก็
welcomes
คืออเล็ก
you,
ซิโน
for
ใช่
your
ไหม
interests align with ours.
ที่คนบอกว่าเหมือน
Here,
ยูรา
none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her.
ตอนแรก
I
ผม
mean,
ก็งงนึก
I
ว่า
had
ผู้
just
ชาย
been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
She has her own plans.
จะทำอะไรก็ไม่รู้ด้วย
She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis' power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis.
แต่อันเนี้ยไอ้คำพยากรณ์เนี่ยผมว่าเดี๋ยวเราได้เจอไม่
Today's
ใช่แผ่น
case
นี้หรอก
has
น่าจะแผ่นห
also
น้า
proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine.
อ๋อ
We
เหรอ
won't give up on
ผม
defending
นึก
our
ว่า
homeland.
ส่วนใหญ่ผู้บริหารแต่
To
ก็
us
ไม่แน่หรอก
orphans,
ข
the
นาดละ
only
มุดทั้งนั้นเลย
connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
It's all right. I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the house, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Linny.
ไปแล้ว
Bye, Linny.
โอเคนะครับพาร์ทนี้น่าจะจบตรงนี้มั้งคิดว่านะเดี๋ยวลองออกก่อนไม่ทันแน่ๆครับการเล่นอีกเรื่องนึงครับเพราะยาวมากเกือบ4 ชั่วโมงฮะถึงแม้ว่าผมจะทำนู่นทำนี่อีกหน่อยก็เถอะลืมเลย
What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so, too?
What's wrong, my dear partner?
มันกลายเป็นผมว่ามันกลายเป็นเรื่องที่เราต้องยุ่งแล้วมันเกี่ยวกับฟอทุยนี่ใช่ไหมการหายตัวไปของผู้หญิงคนอื่นอาจจะเหมือนกันกับเหตุการณ์นี้ก็ได้ครับ
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that
มันเริ่มมีเบาะแสแล้วนะ
from the trial,
เออ
there should be a trail of breadcrumbs
ไม่
for
ผมโอเคนะ
Argon's people
เพราะ
to
มันแบบ
follow now, right?
มันมีอะไรคลิกมาแล้วอ่ะมีโอกาสนะแต่เนื้อเรื่องเขาไม่ให้ครับ
Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that, Navia.
Ah,
ร้อนจัง
and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was
ดู
like
เศร้าจัง
having
วะ
new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer. Sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
เลี้ยงเหรอไฟมอนเอาอยู่แล้วดิ
Do we really need to get that formal? Well, guess you really did treat us as partners, huh?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no regrets later. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navia's treating, count Paimon in.
Oh, wonderful. In that case,
อยาก
why
เล่
don't
น
we
พาร์ท
return
ต่อ
to
เลย
the
แต่
court of Fontaine
ต้องหา
and
เว
head
ลา
to
ก่อน
the Hotel de Boer?
คิดก่อน
I believe we'll make it
เอา
just in
วันไหนดี
time
วะ
for dinner.
All right then, let's have our farewell
ผมไม่ค่อยมีเวลาแบบยาวๆด้วยสิจบแล้วครับสำหรับบทที่4ฉากที่1ฮะก็ปลดล็อกน้ำพุอันนี้น่าจะเป็นเก็บไอ้นี่ว่าไอ้สกิลมานั่นปะคิดว่าน่าจะใช่นะแล้วก็เดี๋ยวเควสในเรื่องของลินนี่ด้วยใช่ไหมอันนั้นเดี๋ยวค่อยอีกทีหนึ่งเลยนะครับโอเคถ้างั้นเดี๋ยวนะเป็นมือเลี้ยงส่งมันเป็น 4.2 โอเคงั้นวันนี้เนื้อเรื่องน่าจะแค่นี้ก่อนครับแล้วก็เดี๋ยวผมไปทำอะไรนิดๆหน่อยๆแถวนี้แหละก็เดี๋ยวอาจจะยังเปิดไลฟ์ต่ออีกนิดนึงนะครับแต่ว่าก่อนนั้น ขอเข้าห้องน้ำก่อนนะ
Aristocratic etiquette is all just for show. Just smile and nod along. I was forced to learn all of the rules by heart, but even I don't take them that seriously. You want to learn some Favonia's blade work?
โอเคมาครับคือตอนผมเข้าห้องน้ำผมก็คิดอยู่นะว่าใครเป็นคนที่อยู่เบื้องหลังไอ้เรื่องอะไรนะไอ้ไอ้น้ำจากทะเลบรรพการอะไรนั่นนะไม่รู้อยู่ไหนด้วยนะทะเลบรรพการเนี่ยนะครับ ไม่รู้ว่าอยู่ในแมปตรงนี้หรือว่าหลังจากนี้เนาะแต่ว่าที่ผมคิดคือใครที่อยู่เบื้องหลังเนี่ยตอนนี้มันมี3ช้อยเว้ยก็คือ1ก็คือเป็นด็อกเตอร์ใช่ไหมแต่มันคือมันมีโอกาสเป็นไปได้เพราะมันเป็นเกี่ยวข้องกับไอ้นี่เหมือนกันใช่ไหมเป็นเชิงแนวแบบไอ้วิจัยหรืออะไรพวกนั้นอ่ะมันเลยแบบนิดนึงอ่ะนะให้เป็นไปได้นะครับ2ก็คือเป็นคนอื่นที่เราไม่เคยรู้จักมาก่อนเนาะนะครับชายเนี่ยตัดทิ้งไปเลยไม่น่าเกี่ยวกับไอ้เรื่องอะไรตรงเนี้ยนะครับหมายถึงว่าไม่น่าเกี่ยวกับไอ้เรื่องไอ้น้ำทะเลเนี่ยแต่ว่าเกี่ยวกับเนื้อเรื่องแน่ๆแต่ตรงไหนเดี๋ยวว่ากันส่วนอีกคนนึงเนี่ยนะเนฟนะครับเหลือเลคิโน่เนี่ยมันก็เป็นไปได้เว้ยแบบบอยความผิดให้ลินนี่เองเพื่อแบบกำจัดทิ้งเพราะอะไรก็ไม่รู้แต่มันก็ยังมีโอกาสไงถามว่าผมให้เปอร์เซ็นต์เยอะมากน้อยแค่ไหนเนี่ยนะครับอย่างแรกเลยก็คือด็อกเตอร์เนี่ยเอาจริงด็อกเตอร์ผมให้แค่30นะเพราะว่าอะไรรู้ปะเพราะเขาเพิ่งมีบทไปเมื่อเมืองที่แล้วเฮ้ยเดี๋ยวทำไมปิงมาขนาดนี้วะแล้วน่าจะกลับมาแล้วอยู่เน็ตไม่ค่อยดีวันนี้ไม่รู้เป็นไรวันพุธมันจะเป็นอย่างนี้ตลอดเลยผมว่าเดี๋ยวครั้งหน้าผมต้องเตรียมตัวดีกว่านี้หน่อยนึงแต่ว่าเดี๋ยวค่อยว่ากันนะครับด็อกเตอร์เนี่ยจริงผมให้30%พอนะแล้วก็จริงๆแล้วเนี่ยผมให้ฝั่งอเล็กคิโน่เนี่ย50เลยโอกาสที่จะเป็นในผู้อยู่เบื้องหลังเหตุการณ์ตรงนี้เนี่ยนะครับส่วน20%คือคนอื่นที่ไม่ใช่ชายด้วยชายเนี่ยเอา 0.1 พอมันน่าจะไปต่อยตีกับคนอื่นเขาอย่างเดียวไม่น่าจะแบบมีเรื่องอะไรที่เป็นแบบไปวิจัยนู่นนั่นนี่อะไรอย่างนี้ได้ครับผมว่าไม่น่าใช่ชายแต่คือนี้สภาพเลยถ้ามีอเล็กคิโน่ด้วยแล้วก็มีคนอื่นที่อยู่เบื้องหลังอีกแล้วก็มีชายมันจะเป็น3คนไงมันจะเยอะมากเลยนะนึกภาพออกปะเพราะว่าแต่ก่อนที่ผ่านมาเราเจอแค่สูงสุดก็คือ2คนใช่ไหมที่แบบอยู่ในเมืองเนี่ยแต่เข้าใจว่ามันอาจจะเยอะขึ้นเพราะว่าผู้บริหารฟาทุยมันมีชายมันอันดับที่11ถูกไหมชายอันดับที่11แล้วก็ถ้านับละมุดก็คือไปคนหนึ่งแล้วผมจำไม่ได้เท่าไหร่แล้วก็มีใครนะไอซิโยล่าซึ่งเป็นฝุ่นไปแล้วใช่ไหมครับที่เหลือมีด็อกเตอร์กับเลคิโนอีกรวมเป็นเท่าไหร่5 คนเหลืออีก6 คนเลยนะอีก6 คนเนี่ยจำนวนเมืองเนี่ยมันเรียกว่าไงมันเหลือกี่เมืองนะเหลือถ้าไม่นับฟอนเทนเองมันเหลือแค่2 เมืองคือเมืองไฟกับเมืองนู่นเลยใช่ไหมก็เลยคิดว่าอันที่มี3 คนมาเจอกันในเมืองเดียวมันอาจจะไม่ใช่เรื่องยากนะครับซึ่งผมว่าไม่ใช่ด็อกเตอร์เว้ยเพราะว่าคือถ้ามีด็อกเตอร์เป็นตัวละครซ้ำมันจะยิ่งทำให้มันอุดตันจำนวนคนในเมืองอื่นๆไปมากขึ้นอีกเดี๋ยวรอดูแล้วกันนะคิดว่าบทเฉลยเนี่ยอาจจะไม่ใช่หรืออาจจะใช่ก็ไม่รู้นะ 4.2 นะครับแต่ว่าผมคิดว่าน่าจะแพทหน้าเลยแหละ 4.2 ก็ผมว่าก็เข้มข้นเหมือนกันเพราะว่าเปิดมา 4.1 ก็เอายับอยู่แล้วนะครับแต่ว่าแหมคือจริงๆอยากเล่นต่อแต่แบบมันนานไงแล้วแบบไม่ค่อยมีเวลานะครับถ้าวันนี้ผมมีเวลาแบบทั้งวันอย่างเงี้ยโอเคเราต่อแน่นอนครับแต่อาจจะแบบไม่ได้พูดอะไรเยอะเนาะว่าน่าจะเหนื่อยแต่ว่ามันเนื้อเรื่องมันน่าติดตามครับตอนนี้พรุ่งนี้เนี่ยผมไม่ว่างแน่ๆตอนกลางวันก็มีธุระเย็นก็มีธุระกลางคืนก็มีธุระแล้วก็วันศุกร์เนี่ยจริงเย็นอาจจะได้แต่มันไม่ผมว่าเวลาไม่มากพอเพราะว่าไงผมต้องเล่นกราวเล่นกับพี่ๆเขาด้วยใช่ไหมแล้วก็วันเสาร์นะครับวันเสาร์เนี่ยผมจะว่างช่วงเย็นๆหรือค่ำๆนะแต่ไม่รู้ว่าตอนดึกสัก4 ทุ่มจะมีนี่หรือเปล่าไงผมลืมเปลี่ยนตัวละครว่ะ ไม่รู้ว่าลาสหรือเปล่านะครับคือเอาลาสเนี่ยผมเล่นจบไปแล้วนะต้องบอกก่อนเอาปิดเฮ้ยจริงผมควรจะหยุดไลฟ์ตรงนี้ดูจากสภาพเด็ดเลยเนี่ยวันนี้จริงเนี่ยดรอปเยอะเนาะแต่ว่าดรอปแบบแป๊บเดียวใช่ไหมทีละนิดแต่ไม่ได้หายไปเลยไม่รู้คุณภาพการสตรีมเป็นไงแต่เดี๋ยวต้องแก้ของครั้งหน้าแล้วเพราะว่านี่มันเนื้อเรื่องนะผมไม่อยากให้มันไม่ดีอะนะแล้วอย่างคือผมก็ไม่อยากให้มันเป็นคลิปด้วยเพราะมันนานมากนะครับผมตัดไม่ไหวแน่นอนอะพาร์ทหนึ่ง3 ชั่วโมงครึ่ง4 ชั่วโมงเงี้ยไม่ไหวครับอ๋อนี่รับของได้คือเมื่อกี้ถึงไหนแล้วอ๋อใช่ผมบอกเอา last เนี่ยผมเล่นจบแล้วนะครับคือเรียกว่าจบแล้วละกันมันจะเหลือโปรแกรมโอเมก้าที่เคียงเขาอยากเล่นแบบว่าแต่มันต้องใช้หลายคนนิดนึงมันจะยากหน่อยซึ่งผมยังคิดอยู่ว่าคือผมคิดว่าผมเล่นแหละแต่ว่าคิดอยู่ว่าจะมาแบบคลิปหรือมาเป็นไลฟ์เพราะว่ามันนะมันแบบนั้นอะแต่ว่าไม่แน่ใจว่าวีคนี้จะมีหรือเปล่านะครับเดี๋ยวผมลองแย้มนิดนึงแล้วกันแต่คือถ้าไม่มีอ่ะผมก็จะมาเล่นมันเสาร์นะครับก็คือจะเล่นสักประมาณทุ่ม 1แล้วน่าจะจบประมาณสัก5 ทุ่มหรือเกือบเที่ยงคืนอะไรอย่างงี้ก็จะเป็นเวลาที่กำลังดีเนาะผมจะอัพใครนะอ๋อเนี่ยมิกะ
Let me double check our equipment
อัพความสัมพันธ์หรือไม่อีกทีนึงเนี่ยก็ต้องเป็นวันจันทร์เพราะว่าวันศุกร์เรามีปาร์ตี้เกมเนาะวันศุกร์เรามีปาร์ตี้เกมกับตี้สุปการนะครับก็ผมเลือกไว้แล้วแหละจริงๆบอกไปแล้วด้วยมั้งของสัปดาห์ที่แล้วเนาะก็คือ No Time to Relax นะครับซึ่งพี่เอกดันเอาไปเล่นแล้วก็เลยคือผมจะบอกว่าผมไม่ได้ก๊อปพี่เอกนะเว้ยคือบางอันอาจจะแบบว่าเห็นแอร์เล่นแล้วสนุกก็เลยเอามาเล่นตามเลยอะไรอย่างเงี้ยแต่อันนี้ไม่ใช่อันนี้ผมเล่นมาก่อนเว้ยผมเคยไลฟ์มาแล้วครั้งนึงด้วยอีกได้Among Usแล้วใช่ไหมAmong Usผมเล่นก่อนแต่ตอนนั้นเราไปลงใน Twitch มั้งเราไม่รู้เป็นตอนนี้เป็นหายไปไหนเลยยังไงแล้วAmong Usไอ้มอสตอนนั้นพวกมอสพวกเซฟมันอยากเล่นก็เลยไปเล่นแล้วก็สนุกดีแต่ว่ามันต้องใช้คนเยอะแล้วก็หลังๆก็คือไม่ค่อยได้เล่นกันยิ่งเสียดายนะครับAmong Usหรือกุดดักอะไรพวกเนี้ยมันต้องใช้คนเยอะอะแต่มันสนุกวันอาทิตย์ไม่ได้วันจันทร์เนี่ยคือผมค่อนข้างว่างแต่มันจะมีอยู่ช่วงหนึ่งที่ผมไม่ว่างก็ช่วงเย็นๆนะครับไม่แน่ใจว่าผมจะกลับมาไลฟ์สักทุ่ม 1เหมือนเดิมหรือว่าจะไลฟ์ตอนบ่ายแต่ผมคิดว่ากลับมาไลฟ์น่าจะดีกว่าเนาะช่วงเย็นน่าจะคนน่าจะชอบจะดูกันเยอะกว่าถ้าเป็นวันธรรมดาเนี่ยนะครับอย่างวันนี้ก็คนดูก็ไม่ค่อยเยอะเนาะโอเคนะครับงั้นวันนี้น่าจะหมดตรงนี้แหละแล้วเดี๋ยวเจอกันใหม่ไลฟ์หน้านะครับขอบคุณทุกคนที่มาชมมากไลฟ์หน้ามี2 วันนะครับไม่อังคารก็จันทร์นะแต่ว่าพรุ่งนี้หรือมะรืนนี้เนี่ยมีคลิปเอาลาสคลิปสุดท้ายลงแน่นอนนะครับเป็นคลิปจบการศึกษาเนาะแล้วก็วันอาทิตย์มีปาร์ตี้เกมแน่นอนนะครับโอเคเจอกันใหม่ไลฟ์หน้าครับสวัสดีครับมันอยากติดตามในเรื่องต่อมากเลยนะทนไม่ไหวแล้วสงสัยต้องวันเสาร์อะเดี๋ยวต้องเจรจากัน